looking like steel, now I never break. Put the haters on their heels, yeah, I set them straight. Gonna spin up on their wheels when they see the gray, when they see the gray. Knock me down, another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite, ready to ignite. I bring the heat, I bring the heat, I bring the heat. I bring the heat. Knock me down, another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite, ready to ignite. I'm unbreakable, can't hold me down. I'm unstoppable, I feel it now. Nothing can stop, nothing can stop me now. Nothing can stop, I'm unbreakable.
son. When the people mind that you are not aligned, and the only excuse to try another time. You wanna give it all, give it your best. Round three, player, raise your fists. Overcome.
scar to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
한진거리형 화이팅!
우리 형 화이팅! 하나생명 화이팅! 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026 and the final day of the regular season, the final day of round 2 before we head to the road to MSI, and then, of course, the Legend and the Rise groups. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf, and you might be thinking this is the last day, not a lot to play for, everyone's locked into Legend group, everyone's locked into Rise group, but no, that is not how this one is going to begin. Definitely, because HLE, they could be first place or they could be third. That is what we're playing for here in our first one, and there is no better opponent to make sure that they're kept honest right until the final match.
That's right. It's Hanj and Brienne they're up against. So the difference between winning today and losing today is between first and third place. And for T1, a loss here for Hanwha Life Esports has actually have them win round 2 here. They'll be at the top of the standings. For Gen G, they will also be impacted because a loss for Hanwha Life Esports will push them up to second, which would put T1 and Gen G in first and second, which did not look like it was necessarily how this season was looking like it was going to go at the beginning, but maybe we do end up having our top dogs back on top. So a really huge difference here, and today is the last day we're going to have in a regular season match. In fact, in 2 matches, cross-group play. We have a Legend versus Rise and then a Legend versus Rise set up today. So the last time that, unless you're playing against each other in play-ins or playoffs, that Brion is going to be able to play against Hanwha Life Esports, and for D+ and Nongshim to play against each other later on as well.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's kind of interesting, right? Because Nongshim versus D+ was cross-group last time, but now it's the other way around, right? D+ now the Legend team, and Nongshim are going to be the Rise team heading into the next round robin. But that is not for quite a while, as we do have MSI, and then, of course, EWC, and then we are back into the regular season. But let's have a look at the Bros versus Life Esports for what could be the final time this year, which is kind of insane to say.
Well, there's also a good chance they meet each other on the road to MSI.
That is
Breon
another one, yep.
fight their way through that
I mean, especially if Hanji and Breon win today, then those chances go up even higher, right? They don't have to win like one best of 5 to face off against Life Esports, because Hanwha would not be able to make it to that first knockout or knock-in match where they just go straight to MSI.
Number 1 and number 2 is the most important to get at the end of the round. That's why this matchup is so important for Life Esports. They've had a really rough schedule as of late. They played a ton of games, had to go all the way through that road to EWC qualifier bracket. They were talking about how they were getting a little exhausted there, then had to come straight back to LCK. And now they play at the very end of this second round against Kingslayer's Bro. As you can see, the signs that are being held up here saying they are the Kingslayers. That is the nickname they've had for so many years since they toppled Damwon when no one else could do that. And now maybe they could do it again. But the Bros are definitely in a bit of a slump, as Hanji and Breon have not looked as they did a few weeks ago when they were on a tear, when they were getting upset wins, when they were playing close against T1 and made it feel like they could have beaten T1 easily if they just made a few more right choices. And Life Esports are still in form. So they come in as massive underdogs, but maybe they could punch up again in this final match.
Well, this is the thing, Wolf, because I think a lot of us have started thinking of the Bros as one of our better teams here in the LCK, and that is not when they shine. They shine when victory is least expected and when that Brotax feels absolutely necessary to help them get over the line. And absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, it is necessary. So please, get your Brotax in. It is required. All you need to do is hop on over to Twitch and make that one happen. I obviously haven't done it yet because I do like to make it a bit of a habit to do in the middle of a speech about Brotax, which is what I generally do. I'm just going to put a sorry here as I input my Brotax now. There it is. So it's a little bit late, but we did get it in. That's the main thing. That is absolutely
there you go. All right, so my Twitch chat is bugged right now, so I can't do the same. But I've been trying to get it in all day.
I'll do it again. I'll do a Wolf's Brotax.
Okay, thank you. I'll get you back later.
Yeah. No, it's no worries. It's on me. Wolf's Brotax.
Thanks.
Yeah. It's going in now.
I am most excited for Gideon versus Kanavi, because the last time these two faced off against each other in round 1, which was so long ago, of course talking about LCK specifically, they played very closely, and Gideon actually got the better of Kanavi in one of those 2 games, so much so that Kanavi was massively far behind in farm. Gideon was taking his camps away, and he leveraged large advantages against Kanavi. A lot has changed since then, because Kanavi and crew have been able to figure out how to play together much better than they were back then. And at the same time, I think the rest of Hanji and Breon is playing better. Romer solidified himself as the starter. And they're looking just in general better with casting as well, making big improvements throughout this season. This matchup is hype. Like, I do think that this is a matchup that if you just think it's going to be a free win for Life Esports, I think you haven't been paying attention. I think they are the favorites, but I think this series is going to have a little bit more in store than just Kanavi smashing the bottom lane over and over and over again, and Life Esports walk out 2-0.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Because I think it requires this framing, because if Life Esports lose this series, I don't want you to think that, oh, this team has fallen off a cliff, they're terrible now, because that's not what it is. The Bros have it in them to beat any team in the LCK. And if you are lax, even for a little bit, which Life Esports have been known to be, then you will lose. That's just how the Bros will make you feel. This is a team that keeps our other teams honest. Without the Bros, there would be no balance. They're basically Jedi Knights of the LCK, providing balance to the Force. Or maybe they're Anakin, who is supposed to provide balance. Or maybe this is when he could have still provided balance. We don't know whether he's going to be Darth Vader yet. I'm not entirely sure what the timeline is, but the Bros are a Jedi. That's all I really wanted to say.
Bit of a surprise from the Life Esports camp when that Karma ban was locked in, since Hanji and Breon are on first pick here on the red side. So
I wonder what they're going for as far as the first pick, because now Cassio and the Orianna both left up.
Yeah. And, you know, Ash Seraphine has fallen off quite a bit. We're not seeing it that often. Priority has dropped substantially here halfway through this week. Jarvan, I think, is a great ban when your first pick into Hanwha Life Esports. Makes a ton of sense. So now it's probably going to be that Cassiopeia Orianna trade. And I think I would prefer to be on the Cassiopeia side almost every time. Although Zeka is a great Orianna player and he loves to play it. So maybe they will just make that choice and grab a strong jungle pick here for Kanavi early.
Rumble.
As they'll ban the Rumble.
Okay, so I think Orianna is the better pick because in the lane matchup, feels better to be Orianna, right? You outrange generally, and you can just clear waves and be more useful as the game goes on. But like you say, Cassio is a very scary champion at the moment with how much she gets from runes at this particular stage.
I also think that Roamer is the type of player, like I think I'm of the mind right now that Cassiopeia is the stronger overall pick, but when you think about the lane matchup, I'm of the mind that Roamer's the kind of guy who's like, I want to win the lane no matter what, and we'll see what happens after that. And that is what he's going to opt for here. This will leave Bard, which is one of the safest supports to blind in this meta, as well as, well...
Yes, Rengar.
Rengar, yes. So as well as Rengar, which has a great pairing with the Bard.
I can't believe they left Rengar open. That's crazy.
I thought they were going to go for the Vi pick early, and I was a little bit surprised by that because it really changes the tone of this draft. But instead, they're going to lock in this really strong Caitlyn Bard lane.
Yep.
And let's see what the response is going to be because you feel almost priced in now to go for the Ash Seraphine because if you try to go Lucian into this lane, it's really tough.
You can win all-ins with the Lucian, but I'm kind of on your side. I think maybe what we need to do as Hanjin Brion is lock in a very powerful top side of the map and then hope that Teddy and Namgung have something weird that they can play afterwards. One of their pike lanes could be a very fun one if that doesn't get banned away.
Maybe they just go for the first pick Gnar or Renekton for casting, and both of those end up being fairly blindable here. Instead, something completely different. Putting Namgung on the Nautilus would be strange to say the least into this matchup where it's going to be incredibly hard to pilot the Nautilus. And strong pairing champions like the Misfortune will 100% be banned away by Hanwha Life Esports. I think this one you kind of have to keep in your back pocket and pull out. I don't know if you could really push this one forward and feel good about it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think into Bard it can be quite difficult. That being said, hard engage into these lanes has found some success here in the LCK. I just don't know whether it's necessarily the right way to do it this time around, unless Teddy's going to play something absolutely insane, like a Draven that he did used to really enjoy back in the day when he was on Jin Air. But the Vi going to be locked in like they were toying with earlier on in the draft, and so just going to lock away their bottom lane and jungle, and Zeus and Zeka's picks are going to be left ambiguous for now.
Yeah, we'll see the Misfortune ban first, I think, as it works incredibly well with Orianna as well as the Nautilus.
Yep.
So that just... And especially when you have a Lee Sin that could be a mobile ball carrier, it's always a big problem. Just don't think they'll allow that to be played. Even though I think MF into Caitlyn is so tough, actually. They're expecting the Mel instead, which we were talking about a little bit yesterday with the Nautilus pick, and we did see what Pays was able to do with it, but
yeah,
I still think that'll probably be, the Misfortune will still be on the cards here as the Cassiopeia will go deep into this draft and will now be taken away.
Yeah, I find it interesting because I do feel like a lot of players have shied away from the Cassio-Orianna matchup. We saw, I think it was Showmaker actually find some success in that exact matchup, but it can be difficult as the MF is going to be taken away as we expected.
Because they have first pick as well here, Hanjin Brion, they're probably going to end up with a really awkward spot for casting as well in this draft. Because right now you can counterpick for mid as HLE and then have that response for whatever casting locks in. And it feels really, really strong, the position that Hanwha Life Esports have right now.
And it's Zeus as well. Like, he has so many counterpicks up his sleeve. It's really hard.
He may
into him.
prefer to get one of those safer blind picks instead. Not this one, not that one. We did see Zeka play this.
Yeah.
And he smashed with it.
He did. Fizz is like the closest thing to a hard counter into TF that we have in League of Legends. Yeah. Like, it is absurdly hard to play that lane. And so that's why he picked it in that instance. Victor is going to be the lock-in, though. A lot more cool, calm, and collected as they just go for the control mage matchup. And this is the other option. And this is like the weird situation that Life Esports got themselves into, which is we're going to half ban away the options, but Ziggs is absolutely fine. I think it put it on par with the Mel as far as the more, I guess, like sorcerers in the bottom lane.
Sure.
Mages is the word I was looking for, and I found it in the end.
The awesome dudes.
Yeah, as Blind Jace with Yorick open is going to be the last lock-in.
I think this draft does not have legs here for Hanjin Brion.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, they've got the champions all have 10 legs, but the draft as a whole.
No, the champions don't all have 10 legs. That'd be 50 legs.
Okay, you know what I'm saying, Alex. Stop it. I feel like when I look at what Hana Life have put together here, they've got a front line for a Caitlyn Bard lane that should be winning naturally. They have a scaling Victor, and they have all the engage they need with Bard and Vi into this draft that has a fragile top lane in the Jace, has a Ziggs Nautilus that I just don't trust is going to get off the ground here, because you're playing into, like, when you go for Nautilus Ziggs, you can deny dives a lot, but it puts so much of the pressure onto Gideon. Like, he has to be there all the time. He has to be defending that bottom lane. And that means that you better be winning that top lane against Zeus, right? Or the Orianna needs to be doing really well into Victor, because I think that if you're just camping bottom and they're on blue side and they have that pushing Caitlyn lane, then Gideon's jungle's getting taken away, and it gets really, really complicated to play out here for the side of Hanjin Brion. And consistent damage they don't really have. They have a lot of poke, they have a lot of AP chunk damage, but the Caitlyn is just going to have free reign here. And by the way, it's piloted by one of the most iconic Caitlyn players of all time in Gumayusi.
That is the problematic part, and it's just a very comfortable front-to-back composition here from HLE. Not something that requires all that much exciting stuff to happen. But let's get into it. Game number 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1 of Life Esports versus Bro. The Bros with the ability to push HLE into 3rd place. With a victory of any kind in this series, they will not be able to equalize things with Gen G and T1, and will therefore be knocked down to 3rd.
Yeah.
If they win, 1st place, no worries. Yeah, the loss is 3rd. It's kind of nutty, as now I'm going aggressive here towards Gumayusi. One thing I do want to say about the whole Ziggs versus Caitlyn situation is that Ziggs is strong at very different times to the Caitlyn, and then strong at the very end, like Caitlyn is.
Yeah.
So they can fight around like 2 items for the bottom lane and feel very good about it. But like you say, it does require, I think, casting being in a good spot, being able to create pressure, and for them to be able to pull HLE around the map and avoid some of these front-to-back fights in the mid to late game.
If Hanjin Brion never lose control of the map, as this is going to be an aggressive attempt at a trade.
Owie. Oh, good sidestep there from Namgung, because otherwise he could have almost just had to go back home.
This is what I was talking about yesterday a little bit, as level 2 gets hit here with Nautilus plus Mage. You know, when you're playing into 80 carry and the enemy team can continue to fight when you go for that dredge line, Teddy's like, I pressed Q, and Guma's like, I don't need buttons. I'm going to hit you with my right click, and I'm going to keep hitting you, and I'm going to keep doing damage, and you're going to be like, oh, I'm a mage. I don't really do damage that way. Unless he's got his short fuse up, he just really doesn't. So you got to be careful about trading, but they are able to trade a little bit back before they get level 2. I just think that Bro never lose control of the map, and they can constantly have prio, and the poke is going to land from Teddy and from casting as HLE struggle to get map control back and struggle to come towards objectives. Yeah, this comp is great. Works really well. If they can't get to you, even the Caitlyn who's long range is going to have problems. Zek is fairly fragile on this Victor, and they just get chipped away at. But I just don't think that's how this is going to go.
Yeah, I would agree. There's also the Kanavi issue, and Kanavi versus Gideon is something that you brought up earlier, something that Gideon was able to pilot pretty effectively in some of their previous matchups. But I think so much is going to be leaning on him in this game.
Romer may be dead.
Oh, yeah. And that's a flash in from Delight. Great reaction, but it's just not good enough, as Romer is going to be taken down and is now without his flash, as Gideon going to get Vault broken. Does manage to land the Q, but of course Delight is here.
So
a little bit late.
Talked about how prio can mess up the jungle with blue side, where Kanavi can come in and start taking your camps away. They were like, let's try something different. Let's just get the roaming Bard to take out the Orianna who's struggling in lane and just kill Romer. with a flash over the wall at full health, and there was just no response. Bro did not expect it, and Romer was on the wrong side of his turret, and he just dies. So that was a very aggressive play. Flash traded, but absolutely worth it here for Delight. And Gumo was just pushing 1v2. Like, if you look at the minimap right now, look at how much power they have, even with Delight not being there. And Romer is on the wrong side of the turret, so it's just an easy play here for Delight, because he just doesn't expect Romer that Delight's going to come in and flash over the wall, then magical journey out.
It's actually like
at level 3.
It's such a good play as well, like making sure that he flashes first. Now Gideon finds the cripple onto Zeka, but he makes it back to his turret, and so the Lee Sin just going to back away. Gravity Field goes down. Romer is still farming just fine in this matchup, although there is a full wave to catch here for Zeka. Not the end of the world. It is still not a great time, as first blood over to the Victor is a worrying start.
I don't remember who said it. I think it might have been you. It might have been Valdez. I don't know, but someone said something that was so true the other day after Zeka played his first.
Valdez.
Zeka played his first Victor game in a while and popped off, and we were like, I guess he's good at this now too. Like, remember when he played Ziggs, and we were like, oh, is Ziggs is good now? Is Victor's good now?
Is Oriana's good now?
Yeah,
he was playing that at DWC and was looking really good. It's kind of nutty that Zeka is now.
He just keeps leveling up. He just keeps improving his champion pool, because that was the biggest criticism anyone could have of him over his career. Even in his most dominant era, even when he won a world championship, we were like, yeah, but he can't. You know, his Azir was a little sussy, and like, he can't play Corki. So. And like, even winning a world championship wasn't enough for people to be like, I think he's got it figured out. It took a little bit longer than that, but you know, here we are in 2026, and Zeus?
Yeah, in a bit of trouble here. Charges up the Q, and now he's just going to have to back away for a little while, casting in a really good spot here in this lane, and there is not a Vi to speak of in the area, and so it should be casting, retaining a lot of this control, and just taking the stacks off this Cull over and over again. As Zeka going forward, Gravity Well will push Romer in the direction that Zeka wants him to go. And Romer's going to have to get out of the way of this Arcane Storm.
Romer wants to hit level 6 here and make a play with Gideon. Gideon also doesn't have 6 though, so I think Zeka is going to be fine. He has Flash and a huge wave.
Yeah,
he's playing very aggressively though.
Yeah, there is a Vi making his way over. The Shockwave hits the air. Oh! Does the anchor. The sidesteps from Zeka, my goodness! All right.
Yeah, I don't.
He's playing a guy with a cane. You know, how is he this nimble?
Well, it's like he just turned his head slightly to the side. You know? Like an anime. Zay is still fairly low here.
Oh dear. Let's hope that he's not shopping.
Casting is low on mana as well, so I don't think this is going to work. Gets the back stopped.
Going to be interrupted there, as now Gideon's making his way over, and will be able to safeguard mostly into range. The flash kick into the wall, and a very dead Cassante will even up the kill score here between HLE and Bro.
Yeah, I think Zayas had to flash there. Wanted to hold it though, and dies as a result, because Gideon lines up the kick first to guarantee the Q. The safeguard engage flash onto the Cassante.
Yeah, didn't give Zayas a lot of options.
Yeah, you could see the... I think his only option was to flash just in case, basically, and he opted not to do that. As right now, you know, he's still fine, Gideon shows up, and it's like, as soon as you see that safeguard, you're probably got to flash. Because then you're out of Gideon's flash kick range. And that feels so bad. If you just flash and he doesn't have to flash, but would have been the only way he survived, but he might still die to a follow-up play from Gideon if he did that. So it was just really not a whole lot of options. Good play from both Casting and Gideon to set that up.
Yeah, and now Kanavi yet to really find too much of an angle here, as Gumiushi is not allowed to go home. Teddy throws a Mega Inferno Bomb at him, and the Ziggs having an all right time. And this is why the Ziggs is so strong in this matchup, is because you can just kind of get yourself to parity. You've got teleport. You're not really too worried. And now Gumiushi's almost just dead to Teddy, who will be able to throw down a minefield. Looks for the bouncing bomb, and yeah, Gumiushi is not able to hit the wave.
He doesn't get those last few minions, but it's not the end of the world. He'll be able to go back, but I mean, Teddy is so healthy and so full of mana that he's just going to keep putting this pressure on Zeka.
Yeah, gets the flash out with the Shockwave. Nicely done there from Roma. But still, Zeka is just fine. Just going to have to play a little bit more defensively for the next little while. But it's good to see the Bros keeping the pressure up.
It's that bro activity every time. Gideon having a great early game here. And Namgung also able to pilot this bottom lane really well on this Nautilus. And suddenly now with flash advantage here for Romer, feels a lot better. and it did moments before. He's still massively far behind in this early game, but feels a lot more flexible. And HLE, though, are going to be able to get this bottom side control of the back timing of Teddy. Guma heading back to lane at full health, so they will get the first dragon. But this game is going better for Bro than I really thought it was going to go, especially after the early trades in lane and that first blood for Zeka.
Yeah, I would agree. Somehow Gideon missed the grubs with that Q.
It's because he loves them so much.
Yeah, that's
he
what
doesn't want to hurt them. He just wants to kind of captivate them.
Delight is heading on over, seeing what he can find. As Gideon really does want to take some grubs, but you've got Kanavi moving on up.
Roamer doesn't have his ult yet, so it's really tough. Is Gideon just going to smite this one away?
Yeah, we'll be able to take the first one here.
And we're just going to let it go.
Okay. Looks like the Bros will be able to lock these down, and that is a very happy Gideon as a response, as a result.
Yeah, Zeka didn't have prio, and even though Roamer didn't have his ultimate, if they went for a longer fight, as you guys could see, it's coming up in 10 seconds right now, so fairly risky play to try to contest there, and Gideon will get his beloved grubs, all three. And this is, again, another small win for Bro in this early game. And the Orion is going to be a lot more powerful, a lot faster than the Victor in terms of teamfight impact, as this ward is high value for casting.
Oh, yeah. That is another gank, I think, that he has mitigated. So very nicely done. And casting, as you set out very early on, needs to be doing well in this game. Misses a cannon, but so far is doing just fine.
Navi left. Gideon might be able to set up a second one.
Yep, they're looking to try and find it here. Doesn't have flash, but there's the Pathmaker. Another kick, and Gideon says, I can do this all day.
Yeah, I mean, that's 2 for 2 on these topside ganks.
It's exactly the same play.
Yeah, literally. Except this time he didn't have to flash for the kick.
Yeah.
And Zayas just caught out again, and that's going to be another plate here, it looks like, for casting with the overgrowth coming through as well. Just a fantastic game state here for Bro. All of a sudden, casting is a menace. All of a sudden, casting is a big problem.
Yeah, and also, Gideon took both of the kills, right? So this Lee Sin can now move a lot of aggression and money around the map. You can see Kanavi is, without his first item completion, Gideon does have that Sundered Sky, but casting's still 850 gold ahead because he's taken so many plates.
Exactly, and he's got those 2 assists as well, so they spread the gold in such a great way here across these two. I think it would have still been okay and quite solid if casting had picked up the kills, right? But in this ideal world, now they have a Lee Sin that's tempo advantage, plus the Jace that's going to naturally be able to take this lead and push it further. He's got a cull as well, mind you, and 30 stacks to cash in, so that lead can get even larger, and he is really going to explode after that first item. As in live, we do have another attempt here from Gideon.
Yeah, going aggressive, but there are 3 people on the side of HLE looking to try and defend. Having a little watch here, and as soon as the Pathmaker gets used, Gideon's like, well, I can kick you now.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't have any option there, except trying to flash earlier, which he opted a second time not to do. But his health was low, so if they just follow up, he probably dies anyways, so.
Yeah, this is it's a good look for the Bros. I reckon as far as tempo vibes are concerned, I'm starting to feel it.
I am absolutely feeling it.
Zayas, though, he might be feeling it as well, as Delight going to get the flash out, and now Shockwave connects, but doesn't really do much of anything, and Gideon's going to go down. Tempered Fate connects onto 2 as the Arcane Storm slowly heads over there. They'll take a Blast Cone out, though, and sometimes the Caster Curse is very real. I really hope that Chronicle is watching.
Yeah.
Because that was such a real Caster Curse.
It was so real, especially because there was almost no reason for Bro to be that way.
And it was so immediate.
Yeah, that was the most proof of caster curses ever. As they could have just tried to push towards Zayas here, but they were a little bit concerned about Kanavi being there. They wanted to use the pit to get out, and the chain CC comes on to the Lee Sin. And the Lee Sin is the one who's like, I should be the most fine to get out of here because I'm Lee Sin, but they just chain CC'd him before he could actually get out of there. And Namgung also expended his flash in order to escape, so double win there.
Oh dear, now you've got a teleport invested as well into this play, as casting is well and truly dead, and Zeka is going to get delivered the kill. He's like, give me the kill, otherwise this teleport is completely wasted.
Yeah.
And they do it.
And now he's 1,200 gold ahead. And caster curse and a casting curse all at once.
Yes.
As he goes too far forward there. They get the teleport out of Zeka, but Roamer only gets 1 plate in return. Looks like Teddy will get a second one here, so he'll get 2 plates in this bottom lane while Delight was roaming. But actually not quite able to get that second one. But still, I mean, this is a huge win for Honda Life Esports to actually get a pretty massive lead. As the light sidestep is good.
Yeah, pretty nice. Able to get behind the terrain, so the rotund hitbox of the Bard is not as much of a problem. But it looks like the Bros still playing on the front foot, still trying to be aggressive as they immediately leave as soon as I say that. I think I'm going to stop trying to predict anything in this game because I have a lot of fear about what I am going to begin.
Yeah, you're the puppeteer right now.
Yeah, I don't mean to be.
And in this Dragon setup, Brion do have Prio. Like, Roamer's dropping waves. It looks like HLE are not really interested in contesting this. As you can see, Zeka's trying to push for plates right now. This is an Infernal Dragon, so a lot of stats value here.
Yep, and it's going to be a Hextech again.
Wow.
The saturation of Hextech Dragons in this final week of round 2 has been ridiculous.
Is this 5 in a row? I think were we all 4 yesterday? I want to say we were all 4 yesterday.
It felt like all 4.
And then now a 5th one? That's
too
just
many.
Absurd. I get it. Like, we always wanted Hextech Soul. It's very exciting, but like, let's not overdo it. You know that joke that somebody tells it's very funny, but they just keep telling it. You're like, all right,
yeah.
You killed it. Now it's not funny anymore. Now Hextech Soul just isn't epic anymore.
Yeah.
We didn't have a lot of souls taken yesterday, and we just had a lot of souls on the Rift.
Well, we had some one-sided games yesterday.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. For DNS and for BNK Furex, although BNK Furex versus T1 was at least interesting for a little while in a few of those games. But we digress. Let's get back to HLE versus Bro, as there is a bit of a siege towards his top lane. And by siege, I mean Zeka is here. And he is very, very frightening on this Victor. Actually, a big bounty on his head as well. I imagine that the Bros would like to try and cash in on that.
Yeah, I don't think they should try to fight for this Herald, on the other hand, right now with no setup, and these traps are coming in.
Oh, Namgung will at least try and do something. The teleport is going to get interrupted, though, and Zeus still has his. Bouncing bomb goes wide, safeguard required, and the Ziggs is tagged. Gideon looking for an angle here. There's the kickback onto the light, gets tagged by the Shockwave and destroyed by the Mega Inferno Bomb, but Gideon going to go down as well. Namgung is going to catch Kanavi, but Kanavi doesn't care about that. That's just going to be more money over to Zeka. And HLE, yeah, the orange tank is doing a bunch of work here in this game.
Yeah, the orange tank is a siege tank right now. Yes. And it's in siege mode, getting that turret and an additional charge here to get a majority of this turret. Casting says no! And now he's like,
very cute.
Actually, I might die now. This is not fair.
Well, there is a teleport coming in. It's going to take a little while to kill the Grasp of the Undying Jace, but Roamer, I don't think, is going to be able to punish anyone.
Roamer doesn't have his ult, so I don't think so. I think you're right. I don't think he can, and
there is also a bot
here as
well.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Zeus has gone all out. I mean, he has flash, but he was always going to die. And
I am
all of
just
a sudden,
watching,
it's a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I'm watching all of the Bros in domino shapes falling over one by one in this game, as this commitment to the contest, where the Jace in broad daylight commits to the TP, was super weird. The Gideon still makes this play here, and Roamer is able to get to light, but he commits his Shockwave onto a single target, so that means that the rest of the team that's stuck, who Namgung is trying to walk through traps to rejoin, it's not going to have a good time. Namgung gets burst down, and then they try to stop the Herald charge here. I mean, Casting was in trouble no matter what. At least he is able to stop the charge, but he just dies. Committing this TP, I think, was several bridges too far.
He needed to do it so much earlier.
Yes.
Right? That's the thing. If you're going to do it on time or don't do it at all,
exactly.
I think is how it's supposed to go. And then Roamer thinks that with a health bar that's quite high, he's going to be okay, but Zeus still had ulti, so he was just almost always going to die there. Now 0-2 on the Orianna, 2.3k the advantage just in the mid lane. As an anchor is thrown down here, but Namgung is the one that's in trouble, I imagine. Cosmic Binding does come on through, and now Depth Charge onto Gumayusi. Q going to connect, Mega Inferno Bomb does come on down, and no, that 1-2 punch, just gorgeous. Gumayusi going to be taken out. That looks like to be all they're going to get from this one, though. It's a Tempered Fate, comes on through. Gideon looking for an angle once again, but Teddy, he is going to get destroyed as well, as ex-T180 carries eliminated from the battlefield.
Yeah. I mean, I'm liking what we're seeing here with Gideon's kicks. I'm liking it. You know, he's had, what, 4 great kicks that have led to kills this game.
Yeah.
And that's all of their kills. He's been kicking back. The bad guy isn't leading the kills there. However, not able to win what happens next in any of these big fights. That was really cool. Like, Casting was ready for the kick into the shock blast. Everything looked great. And then you know, they're just way too far forward and they end up
And there's
getting
also
caught.
just no damage follow-up, right? As the Bros are going to step on a control ward.
It's a lot of bounty
really want
gold.
to kill Zeka, who is here towards his bottom side, and they are underneath the turret trying to deal with him. They get their target, right? But the tower falls down in the top lane. Casting's dead as well as Gideon, and the Drake is spawning in 20 seconds. Zeus doesn't even need to go down there.
And it's a kill to Gideon as well. So he had the early lead, but it doesn't feel useful anymore.
Oh, that was pretty cute from Teddy. But I don't know whether it's all that necessary. It's immediately flashing as soon as you get to a lane is not really what you want to happen.
If this kill goes over to the Jace, it feels so much better. And, I mean, not this kill. This was the play from a really long time ago where Gideon is able to set up this kick. Up to the follow-up here for the dredge line. No, not dredge line, but the ultimate.
Yep.
There from Namgung. And it's the depth charge, struggling to get that one across. But this play from Delight means that Teddy also dies. No ability to flash this, so doesn't even try and just goes down. And then here, Zeka, man, I want to see this guy play Dance Dance Revolution.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what is going on? I just can't hit him. And he lives for so long that Gideon has to commit the second Q to secure the kill, which means Casting doesn't get the kill. They both die.
I mean,
so
it
yeah,
was
you got
a
your bounty.
positive gold trade in that bottom trade because of the massive bounty that Zeka had. But it's money on Elise Sin, and you lost like a tower in the top lane as well. Zeus got a whole bunch of money, and you can see...
it's just not worth.
Yeah, it's certainly not worth. 4,000 gold is the approximate lead here for HLE.
Teddy has a gold lead, and he has 2 items, so...
That's something.
That's good news. If they can isolate a target or two, that extra burst that he has with his Shadow Flame will come in handy. Namely, if he catches Gumayushi or if Zeka is out of position, can follow up and take him out very easily. That's the hope here for Bro. If you can win that first initial pick, then maybe you could win a 5v5 fight. But otherwise, there's just too much consistent damage here for Hanwha Life Esports. They've already basically, in my mind, hard outscaled.
Yeah.
We're only 20 minutes in, but these leads, like Zeka's 3,000 gold lead, means they can afford to buy an arm guard. So he has extra safety to avoid that pick situation I was just alluding to. 2 levels down is Casting after a great start in this game, and it's just all gone HLE shaped in this one.
Yeah, it is. It's a 30 CS lead for a Cassante in the Jace matchup now, after he was 0-2 in lane. Things have certainly gone immediately wrong as soon as Atlas mentioned the fact that the Bros had some tempo vibes. I do need to apologize. I paid bro tax twice already.
Well, I think, you mentioned the more you trust, the more you believe, the more you... the
more they're not underdogs.
Yeah.
That is a really good point. Well,
Casting is like, I'm going to get this romp.
Well, we'll see whether he can, or whether that's even a good idea to go for, as he is just going to leave. Gideon wants Gumayushi. Let's see whether they can grab that kill, as he's pressed Ghost, and he's running away. Teleport in from Roma. I mean, that's another pretty suspicious teleport. As in goes Zeus. He really wanted that Tempered Fate to do something, so there it is. Success. Gideon now just going to have to try and safeguard his way out. The cease and desist comes through. Very deadly Sin. And wow, I've never seen a Lee Sin look that blind before. But I understand he is a blind champion.
Okay. Well, there's a turret to get in return for this Baron. And enemy jungler that's dead, as they're going to commit to a contest with the Ziggs Bomb.
All right, well, Mega Inferno Bomb looked like it did kind of nothing.
It was informed by a Locket.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't think they're going to contest the actual Baron. However, maybe they can kill someone. Delight is very low, but he flashes away. Zeus now looking for Casting, who takes a very short magical journey, but will at least be able to survive. There is a dead Namgung as well, with the ace in the hole catching up to him. And HLE, they will be able to go 1-for-1 in the fight after securing the Baron.
Yeah, I don't think that was a bad call from Bro. Like, even though it was a 1-for-1 trade, they didn't get multiple kills and they didn't deny the Baron or anything like that. They at least were able to make this not a free Baron. There was a small cost associated with it. Delight's the one who gets pinched here, so he's able to buy a ton of time with his magical journey, and that means that Roamer's not hitting the rest of these targets. Teddy isn't able to offer more than an ult on the other side, and Delight was able to also use the Locket during his ultimate to prevent a majority of that damage from coming through from the Super Mega Inferno Bomb.
Aha!
And
Super Mega Death Inferno Bomb rocket. That's what I like.
Super duper rocket bomb.
Yeah.
Boomba. Plus
Remember
comp.
when Jinx and Ziggs were like meta at the same time?
Yeah.
God, that was annoying. It was just...
I never say his ult right.
You Mega Infinimum, that's it. That's all you needed to do. You said it right like 4 times. I just made it worse. As now Zeus is going 1 versus 2, and it's working. As Gideon looking to catch up to him, he does get pushed back. There's the kick finally, as they're just playing keep away with this Cassante, who's staying alive for such a long time, but will eventually fall. But in the meantime, HLE are wiping out inner turrets across this map and looking to break open the base.
Gideon and Casting are like, remember what we did in the early game? That was fun. Let's remember the old days. Let's go.
Yeah,
let's go dive at Cassante. Forget about the base, forget about long-term plans and problems. Let's kill Cassante. They did. Their inhibitor is under fire very shortly here from a Caitlyn and a pushing Baron. Kanavi also looking for a bit of a wraparound here. And I think that might be the end of this push. Casting completes his back, doesn't commit to the full turret. And that's the call for HLE to just say, Hextech Soul's pretty good. Let's back away. Let's get Soul Point.
And does this mean that Kanavi is going to 9-0 on Vi so far this season?
Yeah, I think so.
That is a pretty good scoreline.
It's pretty solid, yeah. He's doing a lot of the winning.
Yeah. Gumayushi also doing a lot of the not needing to avoid stuff, which was kind of cute, as the Shock Blast goes violently wide. Gideon looking for a bit of an angle here as looks to get on top of Guma, but not able to find him. Does get the flash out of the Caitlyn. That is good news. As now Kanavi going aggressive onto Namgung. He runs out of his Aftershock, and that's going to mean that he's very, very dead. Gumayushi just walks up to him and shoots him.
All right, well, that's a lot of the engage gone here for Bro. Zeka's just looking for Roamer.
My goodness. Okay, Roamer takes half of his health bar in damage to just a few buttons from Zeka. He does step on a minefield, though, and takes a lot of damage.
Yeah. This
Ziggs
turret
is actually doing something here.
Turret's still alive, but they are acting like it's not, as they have a huge wave coming through. The Baron's gone, but they're just going to look for the second inhibitor here. And they don't need to push further. They don't actually need to get this inhibitor, but they leave it open. So 2 inhibitors are open here in the base of Hanjin Brion. And they have to fight for, in 4 minutes time, the Hextech Soul, 6,500 at least. Gold behind. Hanwha Life are actually doing the thing where they just play measured a little bit. Remember last time they played against each other at this game state, it was very similar. They just kind of sent it into the base and Bro defended it, and the game got like extended to like 35 minutes. It's not what's happening the second time around. They're learning, they're evolving.
Yeah. And now Gumayushi has a rapid fire cannon, getting closer and closer towards 4 items, which is when this Caitlyn is going to be very, very scary. And I like this look from HLE. I know that, this is somewhat more towards the more boring side of the LCK, but I feel like HLE were a little bit too fast and loose at the beginning of the season. And this is more of that freight train macro play, not to mention the fact that this is the composition that they drafted.
Yeah, it's not that we're saying that HLE couldn't do this before, but they were shying away from it. And this is also not the first series where they've showcased that they can play a slower style.
Yeah,
but they're doing it a lot more often recently.
And they used to pick scaling drafts and then just play it as if it's like an early game comp.
Yes.
And it looked really silly. This is them picking a scaling draft and showing that they know exactly how to pilot it. And it looks really difficult for the Bros to deal with. Tempered Fate gets a flash out of Namgung. Delight has really leveled up this Bud. The only one with a few losses on the champion that he picked here, as we have obviously the 8-0 Vi for Kanavi and Gumayushi on 4-0 before this one starts on the Caitlyn. Definitely having some good
this
games
Victor
so far.
Siege is pretty strong. Obviously the wave clear of Teddy is going to keep them in this game a little bit longer, right? He's able to clear these so fast that Hanwha Life Esports, even with their Victor push and with this group up with the Caitlyn, are just not quite able to take this out, as Guma wants a rapid-fire cannon shot to get that last plate, but he's just going to play safe instead, which is the right call. And they will take this turret out.
Yeah, slowly but surely, going to be able to grab that one now. About 35 seconds until the Baron is available, as Kanavi might get taken out here. They do throw the kitchen sink at him. And let's see, yeah, just going to be able to flash away. Shock Blast not quite going to connect. And Kanavi's GA is now on cooldown. But at least his body isn't on cooldown.
They did not get the satchel after the GA respawn. So he lives, and there can be a contest for Baron. Bro have to keep pushing this. Like, they cannot just let Hanwha get a free back here. They have to push them back to lay their backs and hope that they can actually rush this Baron down. That's got to be the game plan here.
Yep. Gideon knows the task as flash out from casting, not going to get caught by the Tempered Fate. As the bros are grouped up, Kanavi stuck around. Now without flash and going to finally be going back now. So a possible window here for the bros to find an angle towards this this Baron, but I just don't think that it's all that in the realm of possibility. They don't have a lot of consistent damage.
Yeah, Zeus is building so much MR as well right now that you could see that Teddy can't really hurt him. Obviously, when you have the Orianna and the Ziggs, you're like, Jace probably isn't going to kill him. Can we kill him? Can anyone kill him? You're like, maybe we shouldn't even hit him.
Oh, that's a good item.
Yeah, that's a good item, but is it too late? I mean, it's going to be a lot of extra stats for a potential take here, but they don't have an AD carry, like you mentioned. They can't rush the Baron, and they're going to need to, like, you know, get a end turret. Like, they need to get that outer turret in mid, I think, before they could really consider trying to push for a Baron start. I mean, they're heading towards it right now.
And there is still so much vision from HLE in the area at the same time. And yeah, 25 seconds, and that is Soul Point available for HLE already. So the bros going to get pulled around the map. This is the value of Soul Point. As casting's on a bit of a flank angle, they at least have a control ward down. But HLE are just waiting for them. They know that they have to make this mistake. As Tempered Fate going to get collected here by Namgung, who didn't have flash, is going to go for a bit of a re-engage here. Knew that he was in a lot of trouble as Mega Inferno Bomb does go down. Ace in the hole, though, will finish him off. The three-man shockwave is decent. The kickback onto Guma as Gideon. That was such a weird resonating strike. But unfortunately, HLE are going to be able to make it out. They are limping, but the Bros just couldn't finish him off.
They're so low that maybe Breon can actually get this Dragon potentially here during their resets. If it is Hextech, so there's Hextech gates they can use to try to rush back over here for a contest. As you can see on the minimap, they're heading over right now. They have to rush the town so fast. They're so slow with it.
Yeah, they have to commit to this as Kanavi is moving over. There's going to be no smite, so they will be able to secure the Dragon. But now Zeus is looking for the fight. He pushes a whole bunch of them back. As the light comes on over, Teddy gets engaged on by the Bard. As in the meantime, you've got an all-out from Zeus trying to kill Roma, who's completely out of mana. But Gideon gets on top of him. Zeus is going to go down, and now Teddy is all right. Was able to get over the wall. And the Bros heist will be successful. They only have to sacrifice casting.
Yeah, but now they're the ones with the low health bars. They're the ones who have to reset. Now, Teddy and Roma both have TP here. Hanwha Life Esports, even with this Caitlyn sitting on IE, are not actually, I think, poised to take this Baron right now because of those TPs, because of the contest possibility. With no front line here, this gets a little bit more interesting here. At 6,500 goal lead has not changed, and we're getting more and more items, so you know, this could be winnable. As this is a bit of an over-aggressive play here from HLE to kill Namgung when so much of the damage is coming through. This angle for Gideon, by the way, he goes in so late, and the Delight is his target because he's like, all right, well, I can't kill Guma, but I can follow here through the wall, but he can't actually follow fully through the wall because he went early. If he waited at the end.
If he waited, does he maybe just like
lose the Q?
Kill him and die or something though? Like,
yeah, or like I guess like he probably would have persisted. I guess he was like, I don't want to lose the Q, but I think that he had plenty of time to wait. As then Zeus gets cut off here as they're trying to cut Bro off from the retreat. So wonky, funky fight situation as HLE now have a lot of vision control over this Baron. But again, all the Bros are here. They've got a lot of pokes, so they have to actually two-man this and keep the Bros honest because they don't have vision. But I think this is the right call here for HLE. So measured.
Yeah, Gideon now going to try and move in as Kanavi in the area. There is the Tempered Fate onto 3. They're going to try and rush down the Baron, and they will secure it as Namgung able to anchor himself to safety. There's the ulti out as Gumishi does find some damage of his own. But that is so much invested just to get themselves out after they watched the Baron get taken by HLE.
Yeah, and you know, it's in this moment where Delight just makes the exact right call. He's like, all I have to do is buy time. We press Smite. Now we have Baron and we can push to end.
Yep, it's beautifully done. They will take this first inhibitor in the mid lane. The one in the bottom lane was almost just dead anyway.
I think they don't even necessarily need minions for it. Zeka's just going to walk up and take it.
Yep. And so the Bros, they do lose 2 inhibitors, but their Nexus is still alive. And all 5 members up and available for now. Not a whole lot of flashes left as Roma able to dash cannon his way out. Cease and desist from Kanavi, but he's so far into the enemy base that he's destroyed by the fountain laser. And no, I'm not talking about Teddy, but he is creating such a distraction that the rest of HLE are able to take down both Nexus turrets. Still a 4 versus 5 as Zeus is going to make it a 4 versus 4. Teddy going to get hit by the Tempered Fate alongside Zeus, and Zeka closes in on the Ziggs. Casting still with a bit of damage here, but so does Gumayushi, and the Nexus will fall. HLE claim game number 1 over the Bros.
And even though Kanavi went a little bit too deep there in the end, it does not matter. They're so far ahead. They have so much damage that they could just walk forward and kill the Nexus anyways, despite Hanjin Brion's best efforts there. I thought the early game went well, but when we got to mid-game team fights and decision-making, Anlight Beast was a run in circles around Hanjin, and then we saw Delight with some crazy ultimates. He was so good. His early roam to get the first blood for the victor was also high impact. I mean, if I had a POG vote, it would be his 100% right now, even though Kanavi also did a ton. And they killed Zeus a lot. Yep. But he was Cassante, and he was difficult to kill, and he still made a large impact in the game anyways.
Well, this is the thing. Like, it could have been a very different looking draft, right? Zeus could have gone for the Yorick instead and gone for I'm going to be able to out-split push the Jace later on in the game. But instead, they go for this more front-to-back team fighting composition and play to it accordingly. That's the beautiful thing about this version of HLE, is they see the tools that they have and they actually use them for what they're supposed to be used for. And it's beautiful to watch. HLE with game number 1 in the bag. 1 game away from first place here in the LCK for rounds 1 and 2. Really nice stuff so far, but they have to do it again against the Bros. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, the space going to break this one down. Then we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
머리군 거지. 잘 봐. 베이스 빼고 다른 걸. 잘 받고. 좀 천천히 쳐. 타워. 다 말렸거든. 좀 깊긴 하다. 괜찮아. 타워 쳐봐. 타워. 이거 4대5 가야 될 때? 노틸 공 받았어? 받았어. 없어. 해봐. 지금 받은 거야. 해봐. 와봐. 헤드 쪽 봐줄게. 나는. 와봐. 천천히 오른쪽에 봐. 나공 2초. 얘 살짝 봤어. 위에. 여기도 좋아. 걸렸어. 아래도 좋아. 칙스. 네, 다 덮을. 날아온다.
Guess the thought it was not going out of my mind. There was something really going on. I just didn't see all the signs in time. It was going on for so long. Girl, go on with your little thing. Gotta do what you wanna do. Guess I hadn't seen the danger signs. Guess there should have been one on you. Now I know what I've really got to do. I'm gonna see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back, 'cause I'm gone to a past you clean, and now I'm moving on. You might think the battle's all ready won, but it's really not. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Fire my bed, you tried to put out, but I lit it up, yes I lit it up, yes I lit it. You said it's on me if I feel put out, but your time's up. No way, can you feel it? Girl, go on with your little thing. You gotta do what you wanna do. Guess I hadn't seen the danger signs. Should've been one hanging off you. Now I know what I've really got to do. I'm gonna see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back, 'cause I'm gone to a past you clean, and now I'm moving on. You might think the battle's already won, but it's really not. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Gone and I'm moving on. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello and welcome to The Space. We're here after game number 1 of Hama Life Esports, absolutely crushing Bro in a big game number 1. I'm Valdez, with me is Ox and Yankos today. What do you guys think about that game number 1?
Pretty one-sided. I feel like there's a lot to look at in the early game and how things sort of got to that point, but we wanted to start looking at the draft and talking a bit about that.
Absolutely, and I feel like the game was very... Well, HLE was just playing the game and then Bro was trying to match it, but then Bro never really knew what they really want to do, and that just made the game very hectic from their perspective, and then they just kind of rolled over and... And this is how we see the draft. I feel like I'm personally a big Lee Sin fan. I feel like in this game, Lee Sin looked decent to me because it can make plays against Kelly Bard. And you have that now to use setup, but then they also go into 4-5, and then they pick Jace with Lee Sin, which I'm not really sure if that is my blind. I'd rather see more setup from the top side.
Yeah, to me, both Lee Sin and Ziggs are champions that really benefit from a lot of setup because they are very skill shot reliant. Often we see Lee Sin with things like the Annie or the Rise. Wasn't as much setup here. He was able to get some good ganks off on the top side. We also saw HLE forego the Cassiopeia, and that kind of ties into our first highlight because it felt like the Victor was picked specifically because of how strong the lane is into Orianna. The Cassiopeia obviously scales very well and is quite powerful with the Deathfire Touch, but a big aspect was how much pressure we saw Zeka have in this mid lane matchup.
And I mean, you can see that Zeka is slow pushing the mid wave as Orianna is already chugging the tower into really low HP. I assume that Zeka must have made this proactive call because the Light leaves bot lane even before the wave bot lane crashes. And then the Light is gonna flash on Roamer here, Q flash over the wall. Even though the stun does not connect, the kill is there from Zeka. So I feel like, in my opinion, Cassio is mega goated champ right now. The miasma setup, the utility brings the fight, how he can win lane. I feel like Cassio should also equally win lane as hard as Victor does in the mid lane against Orianna, but maybe in teamfights it would look worse. That being said, I was just very surprised that Cassio was not picked, but I mean, Zeka made it work.
It did feel like they had a sort of plan, because obviously Orianna's been such a high prior pick, one of our most banned. The fact they left it open didn't match the Cassio, but they had the Caitlyn Bard in the bot lane, which gives a lot of freedom, especially early, before Ziggs has that many points in his Q or mana. So easy for Bard just to roam up and make plays like that and get them off to a really good start.
Yeah, I mean, even in the drafts, you know, they picked Caitlyn Bard very early, and then we only saw Nautilus on the other side, and then a bunch of bans go towards, you know, that AD carry, so they eventually went for the Ziggs, and so it kind of left it where you had a lot of prio in mid and bot, and I felt like that was very nicely set up from the side of HLE. As we do also want to talk about the Herald team fight that we did have about 15 minutes in, which, you know, they were only like 2,000-3,000 gold ahead after this, but they basically won the game from here.
And I feel like the idea here is that they want to look for a fast place, as Nautilus is taking the portal behind and Jace instantly TPs. But Jace doesn't realize Cassandra is still in lane, so Cassandra cancels the TP. And then Jace is not here, bros get very confused, they don't even know if they want to take the fight or not, and then they just get run down. Sure, they trade 1-for-1 kill with Delight for Gideon, but I feel like then randomly Nautilus hooks in, and now just gives a pre-kill for absolutely no reason. Herald also goes over to HLE, and it's a disaster.
To me, this felt like they were panicking a bit after the TP got stopped on the Jace, because I honestly don't think it's that big of a deal, because even though Cassante stops your Jace TP, he can't also TP because the Jace is there to stop him. So neither top lane is going to be there. There isn't a numbers advantage. And honestly, I feel like having the Cassante there is more valuable for HLE than having the Jace there. But you saw Bro set up with like this sort of flank situation when Nautilus is on the other side.
Pincer, kind of. Like they wanted to kind of just go from every side there.
Yeah, and then as soon as they lost the Jace element to that, they just kind of fell apart and let HLE have their way with them. So I think there was a plan in mind, but as soon as something went wrong, they were just running around like headless chickens.
And I feel like this is partially how you can differentiate the top level teams from the really good teams that are not as good as the top teams, just because when the plan falls apart, you need players to adapt and you need that quick thinking, how do you fix that situation? And you can see that Bros didn't really know how to fix it. Namgon hooked in very late, Gideon still went, well, he actually got caught, but then he tried for the Light, but they just didn't really know how to adapt to the situation. Disaster.
Yeah, you know, I feel like especially in regular seasons, sometimes we like to, you know, pick fun at certain teams that are very good, but have these circusy kind of days where it's like, okay, are they limit testing? What are they doing? They're not playing super clean, but honestly, stuff like that can get you into spots where you are HLE and sometimes the game isn't going your way, but you can feel comfortable when things kind of take a left turn or a curveball somewhere. So I think that HLE definitely is one of those teams that is very good at playing in a wonky spot. I feel like they had mostly control of this game. There were some weird moments, but they're very comfortable when things kind of all change up.
For me, I feel like I just want to see Teddy on something more carry-oriented, and well, clearly playing to mid-top didn't work out right, even though Gideon got a couple of ganks off top lane, and Jace got slightly ahead. It didn't really result in the game, in a game-winning situation for Bros, so I think if Bros really want to push for a win, they have to play around Teddy instead of playing a low resources Ziggs, put him on AD carry, let him carry.
Yeah, he has been such a star for this team and a big reason behind that great win streak that they're able to get. I also think if they want to play through the top side and play through Gideon, who has also been very strong, having Jace plus Lee Sin, Orianna plus Lee Sin didn't really set him up for as much success as we've seen in other drafts.
Yeah, absolutely. Bro need to figure it out if they want to have a chance in this series, as we're going to go back to our casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the setup for the Bro comeback. Am I right, Wolf? They're going to sort it all out. All of their lanes are going to be better. Teddy's going to be on a hyper carry. And we're going to see a game number 3, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. No. But that's what I...
Wait, no, I'm not supposed to say that. I'm supposed to say clean 2-0 from HLE. No chance the Bros can ever come back. It's doomed. Don't even bother with the Bro tax. It's not going to work. The Bros do not stand a chance. That's what I need to say, right?
I think if you are I mean, realistically, as we jump into the second draft, to set the stakes, like, if you are Hanjin Brion, this match means a win for round 3 and your future, right? Like, you're not necessarily thinking about Hanwha Life getting first or third. But I think in the bigger picture, if you could beat Hanwha Life today, who's to say you don't go to MSI? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could win today. You could beat T1, you could beat Genji, you could beat KT, you could beat anybody. You could actually go to MSI. I think that says a lot for the confidence you could gain if you're able to take the upset win here. So I think they are taking this match incredibly serious. I think it is a very, very important matchup for them. They've probably been really almost nervous for, right? Because it feels so winnable and yet so difficult, but the implications are so big that, well, I want to see a bounce back, right? I want to see the Bros reach their potential again. As the Cassiopeia will be, this time around, first banned by Hanwha Life Esports now that the Orianna is gone.
Yeah, so they're just going to get rid of it. Not going to allow for that one to be the trade. See whether Karma is still going to be banned away here. HLE, I believe. No, they didn't ban it in the last game. The Nocturne did get banned away, though. The Ezreal is the last one that needs to be banned on the HLE side. But they won't be able to ban Rumble if that is the case. See what the Bros' final ban is going to be. I think leaving the Karma up makes a fair bit of sense here. First pick the Karma and then get Karma Ezreal, because it's not likely that HLE will pick that one away, which is why I think that this is going to be an Ezreal ban, and they'll leave the Rumble up this time.
Yeah, that is probably what's going to happen. Although they don't have the Cassante counter pick, because they played it in game 1. So we'll see what they decide to do here. They could just let Teddy have Ezreal and then try to have a strong pushing lane into it.
Might be one of those options.
Let's see. Okay, they'll ban Karma. And now Casting can go for Rumble, or they can go for the early Ezreal pick. They could throw a curveball and go for a Lucian here.
Nope.
Oh, sorry, Lucian's banned. Sorry, my bad. That was banned.
Jarvan. Okay, this makes sense. Pick it away from Kanavi. He has been a bit of a Jarvan aficionado.
Well, with no Lucian on the table here, the
Ashe
Jarvan
Seraphine.
denial, Ashe Seraphine, or some type of different lane. They're going to focus on the mid pick here for Zeka early instead.
All right, the Rise is an interesting one.
I think with the performance we saw from Roamer in game 1, I don't think you're necessarily worried about a Nivea counter pick here, but instead they'll pivot over to the Ashe Seraphine. Oh, and then pivot back at the last second.
Yeah,
the Rise.
I feel like Ashe Seraphine into Jarvan is not a great start for the lane, and it feels like every time HLE plays the Ashe Seraphine, it gets punished into oblivion. So instead, they're going to lock in the Rise first, and then lock in the Ashe.
I guess just expecting there's no way for a Seraphine pick away.
Well, I mean, I think there kind of is. You can play Ezreal Seraphine.
Ezreal Seraphine has struggled a little bit, but I do think that it's an option. You have to be really confident, though, to play it here. Works okay with the Jarvan.
Yeah.
See what they want to do, because this is an unusual set of picks, right, for Hanwha Life Esports. Something you don't always plan for or prepare for going into a draft like this. The Ezreal feels like it's always going to be the lock. Going for the Nico here into the Seraphine, though, is perhaps, I think I like, the only option I like less than going for Ezreal Seraphine.
Yeah, I hate this lane. I think we all hate this lane. And we saw it yesterday when B&K Fearex decided that they'd give T1 all of their best picks and then play Ezreal Nico into it, and it was horrendously not okay, and nothing worked. Even though it went a little bit better than I think a lot of us expected.
Well, now you don't
really
even get the Anivia counter pick for the mid lane. And we know that Kanavi is an innovator, you know, trying to ban out his champion pool because you've got the jungle here. Doesn't necessarily feel like a strong position.
Yeah, and also, like, you have to ban Pantheon. There's, like, a bunch of things that you have to get rid of now to avoid some really good combos that HLE could bring out. I think Panth has to be banned. Because that is a little bit dangerous when you have the Rise already there.
Yeah, I agree. Because you already have a global problem that you need to solve. But I don't pin Roamer as a Taliyah TF guy, so he's not going to be matching that Rise. I suppose he could play Sylas, but
yeah,
I do think this is a little bit scary. They're not even going to ban his Anivia away. I'm just not even worried about it slightly. Going to ban the Rumble instead.
I mean, I would like the Anivia. I actually think Anivia Jarvan is pretty strong. You can keep them in the Glacial Storm forever.
I do like the Nefiri ban. I think that's probably the best ban you can get into Kanavi here. He already lost Xin.
I still think Pantheon is really good.
Yeah, Pantheon probably should be banned.
But instead, the Vayne is going to be taken away here. So HLE, we'll see what they are going to lock in.
What if they just pick Gnar and say, well, you banned Vayne. Zeus is going to play his iconic debut champion. What are you going to do about it?
Well, we'll find out very soon, Wolf, what they're going to do about it when it was just kind of walked in.
The Vayne ban feels like such a miss. Like, I just don't... You have pick priority as HLE, so you're like, all right.
Blind Olaf is crazy if they went for that. The Gnar is going to be the lock-in, though. So casting, like, he doesn't have the Jace to go into this, which we've seen a lot of people pick. He doesn't have the Vayne to pick up into it. TF top, that could be a thing. And that is what they're considering for the moment.
Yeah.
Not sure how enthused I am about it, but I think
really
it worked for Keen in this matchup. And Blind Gnar is punishable. It's just often punished by things like the Vayne, things like the Jace, and they are
your whole
not
comp,
available.
Like, if it can be punished by Camille if your comp works with that.
Yeah.
You could go TF Camille. You know, maybe play through topside and say, well, the Ezreal lane is definitely not going to work, but going Olaf here is quite risky.
Whoa, this
Similar
is
idea with the Aurelia to the Camille, where if you get a lot of resources up there into the Gnar, you absolutely can pop off, but I think it's so risky. And this is going to be TF top with that double global setup to outrun the Rise, and the Pantheon is still available, so I guess with all these globals, we're just going to throw down another one.
Yeah.
This game is going to get pretty interesting.
I think so too. I do think that HLE have kind of walked away with absolutely everything that they could ever dream of, and they're very, very happy with it. That being said, Hanjin Brionne do have the Ezreal this time that was banned away in game number 1. The Jarvan is the most coveted jungler on the patch. They have the TF into Gnar matchup in the top lane, which theoretically should be good. And Taliyah into Rise hasn't been very bad at all so far in the LCK. The Nico, I think, is terrible, but that's okay. You can't win every single pick in the draft.
It works well with the Jarvan, works well with the Taliyah. So there are some small silver linings here for sure. I just think when you look at what Hana Life Esports got in terms of power picks as well as comfort picks, by the way, it just doesn't look close. I think that we're going to have to see a much better performance from Romer specifically here in the second game if this draft is going to work for Hanjin Brionne. They had some creative answers, and Teddy is one of the best Ezreal players we have in the LCK. Yep. Like, I think everyone can agree with that, even though they are currently our 6th place team. It just doesn't feel like there are as many great tools around the Ezreal pick this time as there often have been in some of his more great success stories we've seen of the pick.
That being said, I do think that like around 2-item spikes and stuff like that, the bro composition is pretty deadly. If they can get TF sort of unlocked so that he can be roaming around the map and really attacking people, it could be a lot of power. But yeah, Zeus has a Gnar skin for a reason. This guy is very, very good. And so I don't know whether this is going to be exactly the counter matchup that casting is looking for in this top lane into Zeus' Gnar. Let's get onto the Rift here for game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the Rift for game number 2. HLE versus Bro. As already, Roma taking some damage. Kanavi with a bit of a drive-by spear. Finding a bit of an angle there as Zeker is trying to get even more damage down. Might be able to throw some more flux over his way, but has already gotten a potion out of the Taliyah and is feeling pretty good about that one as Namgung already in position here in this lane, pretending to be an Ezreal.
Going for Ghost in this top lane. And because you're Twisted Fate, your ultimate acts as a pseudo-teleport, and you will eventually get teleport as well. And you don't need the shield that much. So it is a pretty cool tech here into this Gnar. Can help you in the lane, but also can help you with gold cards set up for your team later on to then follow with the Taliyah shove.
Wow, this is a very aggressive level 1 trade between these two mid laners as Zeker is able to sidestep the rest of the threaded volley.
Yeah,
looks like Roma might have to go home. Speaking of ghosts, there's ghosts in the mid lane as well, so we're not teleporting back to this one.
I think the
Roma
potion
has to think against it.
Advantage here for Romer, or sorry, against Romer. Oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah, looking for it. Gumiishi has to flash already. Has even used the barrier and is taking so much damage. Great trade here from Namgung and Teddy in this bottom lane. And yeah, they invested the flash, but they got one in return.
Yeah, so a very heavy commitment there but it does work out.
Maybe Ezreal Nico is actually just the best lane, and I got it all wrong.
Well, we kind of jumped into that setup a little bit late, so if we had a replay of it, I'd like to see exactly how they got them into that position. They had the level 2 lead, so focused a lot more minions down. Kanavi is here, but he will meet Gideon.
Yeah, and Teddy is now arcane shifting over. The Aegis is only going to last so long as Kanavi has to flash. The auto's in the air, and the red buff's not going to be enough. Flash over from Teddy. The Mystic Shot is going to get blocked by Gumayusi, though, as the beat drop comes down, and the Spear of Destiny will come down from Gideon to lock up first blood on his opposite number. The pros out to a great start here in game 1.
Ooh,
Flash
the force
out
flash?
in the 1v1.
All right.
Okay, Roma, I see you.
He's back. He's online. And I think the observers got jump scared by a clone there, but it's all good. Just going to have this wave cleared. And Romer will finally get that back. He's been waiting so desperately for. Zeka has already used his ghost. So, see how this trade started off here initially. It's going to be Kanavi going in. Teddy does end up chunking him down. Kanavi gets the flash wave. He dies to that auto. It feels so bad. The Guma has to block for him. Guma does a great job here. But there's only so much he can do, right? Gideon is eventually, just with his really long range, going to be able to snipe him down. So a successful play there. I think Kanavi just going a bit too deep there with Gideon and waiting. Was able to help CC him down. And Teddy is so ready to commit. Like because they have the vision, they have the information. He just has the faster on the jump. And Guma isn't able to affect the play in the same way. 6-0 on Ashe. 5-0 on Seraphine. 6-0 on Gnar. Some good numbers here.
Yeah.
He's played Ezreal 10 times, and he has a good win rate, but...
Hey, he's 6-something on the Ezreal as well, okay? 6 is in the win column. It's crazy. I swear Gumayushi's Ashe has got more deaths than kills over this season, and it's still 6-0, which is absolutely ridiculous. Zeka is now able to do a decent amount of damage back to Roma here in this mid lane, and is still pretty far ahead in farm, despite the fact that he did have to flash in the matchup. So this Ryze doing fine. Casting's being quite annoying.
Yeah, he is building a pretty significant advantage. Only just went for the early Doran's bow start here, and doesn't have any other items. He's just playing with his range, trying to harass Zeus and push him out of the lane here. Ended up being a significant gold lead for him just because of the passive, but that's still a real gold lead.
Yeah, passive and a plate already going over his way, and seems to be very close to the second one in that top lane at the same time. So the TF is working into the Gnar for now. Blind Gnar, always a difficulty. Is Delight going to miss the beat drop? And let's see the flash into Zeka, throws him over the back of his head, and Gideon's able to pick up the kill. Man, that looked really cool.
Right before this happened, before you looked at the bottom lane, I was preparing to say the fact that Zeka doesn't have flash could be a concern, but because Jarvan doesn't have flash and doesn't have ult, he doesn't have the same mobility, so he might not be able to set this up.
He literally threw him over his shoulder.
Yeah. He was a continental soldier in that moment. And Zeka's knees hung low.
Yeah, they did.
They waddled to and fro.
I only know the other version of that song, so I'm glad that you're the one that started singing it. Because mine's not as appropriate.
Well, you know, I think sometimes you consider the Jarvan the one who sets up the Taliyah in this matchup. You're feeling pretty good as Zeka. You're like, well, he can't get to me. But sometimes it's the Taliyah that sets up the Jarvan.
Yeah.
And he just sent it. And that was a great play there, bro, with the 2-0 start. I don't want to say anything about it or about tempo vibes or about advantages.
Nope.
Because
just talk about what has happened so far. I think that's the right way to do it. And right now, the bros are on perfect game pace.
All right, watch Romer. Sends him.
Yeah. This flings him into the shopping cart, man. That's what he did.
Shopping cart.
That's what it looked like. He's like, oh, this is my cereal. I know that I want to pick it up. Just throws it behind him. And Gideon's there, able to catch it. Oh, beautiful. Man, I want to see them go shopping together. I imagine they'd be able to do it very efficiently.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, I do have an update for you, by the way, guys. Gumayushi's Ashe is 31, 19, 49 total kill, deaths, and assists. So doesn't have more deaths than kills, which is means that I was telling a little bit of a lie, a bit of a fib, but that's a lot of deaths still.
It is. I mean, the truth is, a lot of this season, Guma has been he's been getting some resources, but it's been more about the front line. It's been more about the engagers. It's been more about Zeka and Kanavi.
And it's also not when he's playing Ashe, right? He plays almost pure utility. And so it's no slight to Gumayushi, but he has just been thrown under the bus by his teammates almost every time he plays Ashe.
And he's still, there's been a few games where he's had several deaths on the Ashe, hasn't made a huge impact in the early game, and it looks like he's just not going to do anything, and then he still pops off later.
Yep.
But
he's still 6-0.
In this game, has his Greaves, and he's pushing the lane, and the Ashe Seraphine is doing the Ashe Seraphine things. Teddy's holding his own, still has that gold lead from the earlier assist, but is still not any prio.
Yeah, and it's like that gold lead has now gone away. Is going to be able to get back towards his turret after that plate does go down. Hits level 6 as well. That's why they were playing so defensively, I'm pretty sure. As Kanavi will be able to finish off his Raptors. And is now just going to go back to base. See how close he's going to be towards that Sundered Sky.
Any wraparounds?
Yeah, I think maybe we'll have one as the arrow is going to sail by. There was a Jarvan in the area, but Gideon obviously a little distracted by the grubs.
Yeah, he's happy for it.
Oh, yeah.
And Roamer's going to come over here as well, the prio he has, and they should be able to get the grubs again.
Yeah. Well, Kanavi going to show up here as Namgung's flashing away from Zeka. You can see Gideon really wanting to take these grubs away and is able to do so. Good buffer on the flag and drag will avoid that stun being a problem. So 2 grubs over to the bros. Kanavi has to take one of them. And I'm going to have that conversation about whether one grub cancels out the perfect game again.
I don't think so myself. I'm on the same page as you.
Yeah.
I was at home on my day off listening to you talk about it, and I was getting a little heated.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why we are so... like, I do feel quite strongly about it. I think at the end of the day, I did say, like, it's not really end of the world. Like, if this is what majority feels it should be the case.
I was definitely, like,
but I think if you've got the majority of the grubs, that's enough.
Well, yeah. I mean, I was shaking my fist at the TV being like, amen, brother, and stuff, I was there like, yeah, preach, Atlas.
I appreciate it.
And, Ox was like, well, some people have different opinions, and I was like, quiet down!
Yeah, shut up, Woodin! Oh, okay. Well, Zeka is going to get towards his top lane. Casting really wants to try and gate his way out as he flashes into the brush. Some flashes to follow him, but this Ghost, I think he's going to... Oh, never mind. Kanavi's here, and Casting is very dead. Smashed into the wall, wallop down, and HLE will claim their first kill of the game.
He logged red card. I don't know if it would have really made a difference there, but he didn't have gold card to help peel himself out of that situation, unfortunately, either. As Delight is like, stay away from my ward, but he's going to get it anyways.
I mean, Romer is getting a lot of work done in this mid turret.
Yeah, now we actually also could see a cross-map dive. Very tough, though, because they both have flash and defensive ultimates, so I would not advise Gideon to make this play. And the Pantheon's also here. Like, they took so long.
But what about a 4 versus 3? As there is a Talia over here as well, as they almost get the shove onto the light. I think without that, they're not going to go for the dive, as at least they do manage to get another plate. Teddy
I think
getting some work done with his Sheen.
It's the right call, and they didn't really lose that much for it. The plate went over to Romer, like you mentioned in the mid lane before this. Zeka was backing, so he's not going to lose any minions for roaming over there, as his name does indicate, but they don't commit into a Seraphine, Ashe, and Pantheon setup there and toss the game away. They just go, oh, well, it was cool. We got a plate. Let's back away. We still have Prior for Dragon.
Yep.
Measured play here from Hanjin Brion. I think that could have been a huge disaster. Now, they're looking at double Dragon.
Yeah, and actually, I love this as well. Bro just like starting off the Drake, just saying, we are stronger, we can take this. They pressed tab. They saw that Kanavi didn't have his Sundered Sky yet. Gideon has his already. I don't think that this is something that's all that smart to contest. And Zeka is still looking for more items and things like this, right? He's a Rise that doesn't have anything completed yet and takes a little while to get off the ground. What the hell? Is that 6 in a row?
My God.
We are just... There's too many Hextech Dragons.
We did the statistics for this in Challengers, and I can tell you the odds are astronomical.
Yeah.
That this could happen.
Well, it's happened.
I know.
We've got 6 in a row. Like the same dragon.
I guess the good news is, like, basically now we're never going to get struck by lightning because we got this like weird statistical anomaly.
I mean, statistically, you're never going to get struck by lightning anyway, Wolf.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
Now you're really not going to
like, I feel like because we got this, like, I'm never going to get to win the lottery, but I'll also never be struck by lightning. Is how it feels in my mind.
Yeah, that's a nice way of thinking about it. All right, arrow for Roma, and it's going to tag him. Kumiushi with great aim, as per usual. And there is the Spartan from the sky. Kanavi able to come on over and make sure that they secure the kill. Beautifully done. Delight going to take a bit of damage here as the bros, I'm not entirely sure why they're fighting around the empty dragon pit, but that is fine.
Both teams have double global, right? Twisted Fate and Talia, and you have Rise and Pantheon on the other side. But Guma's like, it's triple global. Triple global. Ash Arrow, global ultimate. And sends it in there, and Romer gets the insane duration stun. As you know what? This is the first Dama. Guma's like, if you're going to stop my back, I'm angry about it. And look who has ult to follow in the jungle.
It's beautifully done.
And that is just, that's how you do it. One of those 3 globals didn't have to move, but got him.
And sometimes you just got to flash those. But the thing is, I imagine Roma was like, well, maybe I'll just be fine anyway, because he had his support and jungler relatively close by, right? Like, sometimes you just don't need to use it. That time, definitely should have, but that's a bit hindsight. Now he's going to throw the wall down towards Kanavi, looking for some revenge here as he flings him back. The Aegis is down. Zeka is going to show up, and Kanavi does manage to get the kill back onto Gideon. It is a 1-for-1. I don't know whether the bros are all too happy about it.
It seemed like Gideon was trying to make sure that Romer got the kill there, and so held some of that damage, but he dies as a result of it because they cannot get the kill fast enough. And so ends up being a 1-for-1 when it could have been so much more if they had just done a little bit more there. Skuma's going to get chunked out here, but with no Gideon, I think he may just try to stand his ground as Delight's coming over, and that should be the end of this aggression. They're slowly but steadily whittling away at this turret, getting a lot of plate gold.
Yeah, there are 4 plates left on their side of the rift. I think it's a reason why the bros are in a bit of an advantage at the moment. That being said, the gold is sort of heading back into HLE's favor over time. And it's kind of crazy that Zeus has almost a 300 gold lead when he's against a TF that just kind of makes money out of nothing. As the arrow is not going to hit Teddy.
Okay, that would have been something.
That was a pretty nice arcane shift to be able to do it even without the sort of buffet effect that you can have happen, as casting will be able to find a gold card here on Zeka. But now that that is on cooldown, I don't think he really wants to go toe-to-toe with the Rise.
Yeah, they're just going to swap this lane. If Romer gets a shove, there's an angle, but just not quite able to. Doesn't even commit the Ghost for it. Zeka has Flash and Ghost available as well, so would just not have been a successful play, as now we're heading to this 3rd dragon. Hex Tech Soul Point for Bro. They lost their gold lead, but if they can get this dragon, they get a lot of power with it because it's just so much, so great for their comp. You know, you end up setting up those slows. It's become so difficult to get away from this Ezreal Talia. Then it's easier to set up those gold card shove combos with the Jarvan. Incredibly powerful for them if they can get it, as they are going to look for right now this first turret. A lot of members down here, including Gideon, and first brick puts them back in the gold lead.
It does, and it also opens up the map for them as well. Zeus going to get spotted on this Krug camp. Gideon comes on over. And with casting able to take down this turret, like you say, they're able to reclaim the gold lead, and that moves to about 1,000 in their advantage. Very nicely done, as the Rift Herald will go over to HLE. They might be able to use that to deny this dragon. Could be pretty powerful here.
Yeah, the timing of this is really good for HLE. Because of the dragon you mentioned, only 3 plates left on both mid turrets, but if they group and siege that turret, the Rise siege is pretty good. They might be able to get the whole turret if Bro don't respond well, and also the Prio. They could decide to use this for team fight power and use it as a combat herald as well in this team fight. It will, of course, depend on how the setup is here for Bro, because right now they have a little bit of Prio, but it's not that strong as Gideon runs over. They're going to use it for the pressure in mid.
Yep. So still a lot of vision available for the bros, so they can come over here and try to defend, but you've got Kanavi just driving Shelly, trying to get some sort of advantage here. As great buffer on that flag and drag. It is going to be the extension of the Encore that locks down Gideon, but he's able to get himself out of there. And now the Weaver's Wall going to come in just to get Roma over here. Looks for the fling, doesn't get it on to Zeus.
So
Fling's
Teddy,
obviously a singed ability, I apologize. It's more of a seismic shove.
Teddy has lost his flash now, which is significant for this upcoming dragon fight. They are doing the dragon right now as they get the turret, and they're also getting bot push as well.
It does look like there are more HLE members on the map right now.
Like, Gideon has to kind of tuck tail and run. Casting is going to get a turret in exchange here. He didn't have TP. He didn't have his ultimate. So they're just going to get everything out of this, and Bro lose so much momentum. They still have a gold lead here, but I think getting Soul Point would have been so valuable.
I do think that stalling now does make a lot of sense for the Bros, just because they want to be playing around Teddy when he hits the Mirror Mana. They want an extra item onto casting, you know, like get Roma towards like a dash cannon at least, find a little bit of an avenue there. I think that there is room for the Bros to get a little bit stronger. Maybe fighting for the next Drake made a little bit more sense. And HLE just had an overwhelming tempo advantage. So just give it up. You can. That's what Double Dragon affords you. But I do need to see the Bros get back onto that front foot once again.
Yeah. And, I mean, they got a bunch of money to the Twisted Fate. He got the gold lead back. So that's a good sign, right? That's a good thing. Teddy has got his second item. It's not transformed yet, but it will be pretty soon.
Yep.
He's got a whole wave to drop Qs into, so it should be really any moment now where that is completed. This turret is going to go over an exchange here for HLE, but I think this next team fight is really going to be very telling as to where this game is going. That's a really nice interrupt.
Very cute.
Oh my god, Teddy's also got a global ult.
There you go.
It's triple on both sides.
There's globals everywhere.
On LCK Global?
And on the regular LCK as well. It doesn't even have to be on the global side. Everyone's getting a little dose of the global so far today. It's beautiful. HLE did deny the Nocturne, though, by banning that one away. So we might get that for Game 3 if the Bros are able to do this. And that's what we're hoping, because we want, globally, we want 3 games.
Yes.
I think that is just universal. So casting up here, just trying to make more money. And is doing so quite nicely. As Azil now building towards his second item currently. I think exactly know where the ADTF item breakpoints are, to be perfectly honest.
I think there's a lot to be said about how these comps scale, and we haven't talked about it too much because we've been talking about the globals, the advantages you can get. It looked initially like it was going to be a snowball-y type of game, but it really hasn't been. It's been very close, 3-3. Nothing crazy in terms of the kills. Pretty low for the average here for Hanwha Life Esports at this stage of the game, and to be a goal deficit at 19 minutes is unusual as well. As we're going to see the TF come through.
Yeah, finds the gold card. There is the wall as they look for the fling back, but Kanavi is able to get himself out of the way. Flash out from casting, avoids the encore, and now Zeka looking for an angle, doesn't quite find it. There's the evolution for Teddy, as this Ezreal well and truly online right now, as HLE will be able to back away, and their health bar is actually looking pretty good at this point.
Just going to grab this scuttle and then look for resets. But what I was leading to is that there's an Ashe and a Ryze here, as well as a Gnar. So 3 real consistent damage threats, whereas the Ezreal is going to be the main consistent damage, but with the Twisted Fate having Rapid Fire Cannon and Kraken Slayer is somewhat of an AD threat, but it's not really the same sort of element that Zeus is going to be on this Gnar, especially because the Gnar can transform and be an AoE CC setup in team fights. Very difficult to kill, very tanky as well. A lot more mobility. So I think for Hanjin Brion, you feel good that you got the double dragon because it means that you have a little bit of extra leeway of dragons you can give up. But I think you really wanted triple dragon. You wanted triple dragon, soul point. You wanted to be able to threaten every fight on your terms, and now you've lost control of the map. And HLE, gold is dead even, but I really favor their position right now.
Yeah, I'm feeling like it is starting to move back in their way, but Gideon is able to steal back his blue buff. That is good news. Gumishi not going to be stealing that one away from him. And casting is a real threat in these side lanes. I think that this ADTF will be so annoying as we get later and later into the game. Obviously, I think in the raw 1v1, I think there is a point where Zeus is just able to kind of win. But I don't think that is happening just yet. And if casting is able to build up more and more of this money, he will be able to get into a pretty good spot in the early late game at least.
Yeah. The Baron, there's a lot of vision around it here for Bro. When everyone's missing on the map outside of Zeus here, you're always a little bit worried that they could potentially be doing it because they have so many damage threats in this comp that it could be burst down. Especially if only the Gnar is showing. It's like, well, he could be just charging up a Gnar bar to go over here and contest and help protect that Baron. But they aren't doing it. The ward does go down for Namgung, so that shores up the biggest concern. And now it's just all focus on this dragon. It's all focus on trying to get Soul Point again here this time for sure. As casting has TP, and I think he will need to use it. I don't think Bro can give over 2 Hextech Dragons here in this game, or it is just looking like they're never going to get that control back.
Yeah, I think they need to fight for this one. I think this is where things get a little bit dangerous as the gate going to come on through here. They're looking for Zeus right before this Drake is going to come up, and the Cataclysm does go down, and that is a very dead Gnar. So nice pick, but can they get back down towards this Dragon?
I mean, Casting does have TP, so I suppose he could just come over here, but there's no other stuff. They're going to try to go for Baron? I don't think so,
no,
bro.
that is illegal, and they're just going to lose the Drake. So I don't, like...
This isn't
I understand it. I understand it, right? Like, you go for the cross map. Instead, you look for whatever you can get without the control around the Drake that you had, but I think they really did need to try to get a soul point at that point.
If they kill him with 20 seconds left before Dragon spawns, and they have some time to actually regroup and go over there and look for a 5v4, then I think it's fine. But there wasn't even a turret to take top side, right? It was just get a kill and lose Dragon. And a kill going over to a Twisted Fate, it's good. Like, he's up on gold, right? It's not a bad thing, but it doesn't really further Hanjin Brion's late game win cons, right? It just doesn't actually further their ability to slow this Rise and Ashdown, who are just heading towards their breakpoints here very quickly. We're about to have Rod complete here for Zeko, which will push him essentially to level 16. Gumayusi looking for his third item here after his PD is completed. It's looking really like the Hanwha Life Esports squad has gotten over the toughest hurdles here in this game and are now looking to really look for 5v5 team fights front to back.
Well, Romer is throwing rocks around, and the arrow is going to get a dash cannon out of Romer, even though it wasn't going to hit him. But I thought that he deserved the cooldown. And
after he didn't flash the last one, you know, maybe he's just trying to show everybody he is paying attention.
Yep, I like it. And sometimes we need that reassurance. That's all right. The Bros back to an 800 gold lead, and that's what they got themselves by foregoing the Dragon, like you were saying. But it feels like money now, and HLE will just have stats forever. And I don't know whether that is really what the Bros want to be staring down the barrel of.
That is a problematic situation.
And this is kind of like how the game looked in Game 1, right? It was HLE just outlasting the Bros. As Gideon going to look for Kanavi here. Kanavi is not looking too worried about it. Does have a level disadvantage, though, but still able to offer a lot of damage back. And 3 minutes on this Drake. The Baron up and available for now. Isaiah still has a CS lead, which is kind of crazy, but it's only by about 5, and that wave is going to get eaten by the TF in a few moments.
I just think, okay, here comes the ult. They're looking for top side.
Yeah, Romy going to get flashed on here, and does just take so much damage and dies. There's nothing he could do about that.
I was just going to mention right before it happened, like, I think Hanwha Life Esports are playing super slow, but they have so much control of the map, they could just kill someone in sides, and they do just make that pinch happen. Now they're going for Baron, and they have so much damage. It's crazy. I don't see a real contest, but they have to try. Casting's going to TP up.
Yeah, let's see whether Gideon can get some sort of steal happening here as Teddy trying to find the damage. Delight takes a lot from that Mystic Shot as in goes Zeus. He's got the Mega Gnar pretty well charged. There's the Pop Blossom onto 2. The Encore doesn't find a whole lot of value as now Casting running around the battlefield, but gets tagged by the Gnar and obliterated by Hanwha Life Esports. Now the Realm Warp is looking for Teddy, and he's going to have to get into this Raptor pit, but I don't think that's going to save him. Of course, Kanavi's flashing after him. 380 gold over to the Pantheon, and if they would like, they can head over towards this Baron to take that one down.
Just reset it. And this Baron will last until the next Dragon spawns, but it might not matter. It might be more about the inhibitors getting opened up. But Zeus is going in, 2 levels up.
Yeah, he's between turrets and doesn't seem to be too worried about it. Has Delight there to back him up as Romer at least deals with the wave. But HLE will be able to take this Baron, and now they launch themselves into the biggest lead that we've had so far in this game.
Yeah, so lots of pings coming down here. Just looking for any target they can dive on. And then he goes for Romer as soon as he appears on vision. Because he knows that the rest of the Bros are trying to defend, they're trying to rotate up, they're trying to group towards Baron. And they punish because they have vision control, because they have map control. This fight here for Brion is just desperate, right? I mean, Namgung is looking for an ultimate, but there was no follow-up. Teddy is on another planet at half health, and he dies unceremoniously as Teddy tries to walk out alive, but he's on the wrong side of the map as well. It's just a disaster. They get the Baron right afterwards. And Hanwha Life Esports are, to say they're in the driver's seat would be an understatement. They're 3,000 gold up now, but they have this Baron to start taking apart the edges of the base here. All of the inners are still up, so on one hand you're like, well, bro might not lose in Hibs, but they're gonna give even more gold that's standing here on the map.
Yeah, and Casting has just completed his Stormrazor. I mean, that's all well and good, but HLE now moving towards a 4,000 gold advantage.
IE for Gumayusi.
Oh, God.
Actualizer for Zeka. You know, I mean, these breakpoints are being hit now. And Zeka's 2 levels up.
Yeah, and Teddy's got his Endless Hunger completed, right? But 3 items doesn't feel the same as hitting that 2-item spike, especially when all of HLE have found all of those 3-item moments for themselves. There's a nice seismic shove onto Zeus, but he's just not taking enough damage. The flash is going to be used, but the arrow still hits. Down goes Roma one more time. And even though the Encore doesn't really find the mark, they still get a flash out from casting. They'll break open the base. And Zeus is just hopping forward, not afraid of anyone at all. And HLE, like a freight train, will just move towards these Nexus turrets.
And they're looking to end this one right here, right now, and will secure their spot if they do so.
Yeah, that's first place. And they could have been third if the Bros had have upset here, but instead they're able to get themselves that spot in that first best of 5 for themselves for a shot at promoting straight to MSI. Absolutely crazy if they're able to do that, as at least Teddy gets a kill onto the Gnar, but it is a triple from Gumayusi. Almost a quadra, but it's taken away by Zeka. And there is the Nexus going down. HLE, another day at the office here in this best of 3 as they just disassemble the Bros in back-to-back games. Just really felt like there wasn't much of an inroad, and there is going to be another ace secured here by Zeka as they pad the stats before they take him down.
Even though Romer was able to have that cool flash play and get revenge on Zeka for what happened in game 1, you just couldn't feel the same impact out of the Taliyah as we saw from the Rise this game. The Rise took over the map, had that Rod of Ages complete, hit the 3-item spike, did so much damage, so much pushing power. And Guma's arrows were a big hit, and they did hit onto the enemy team several times to further that lead. And when it came to decision making, 100 Brion were just 2 steps behind everything HLE were doing, not only in this game, but in the first game as well. Zeus, a small ceremony here as this pushed them into first place.
Yeah.
This means T1, of course, will no longer be eligible for first, will be locked into second, and Gen G will take third.
And it does mean that that best of 5 that can promote someone to MSI will be T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports, with Hanwha, I believe, starting with right of first selection for that best of 5 given their first place finish. Really impressive stuff. And Gumayusi, after I was talking about his Ashe in the beginning of the game, didn't die once in this one, and just shows how powerful he can be if he's not incredibly focused in the early game by the opposition.
And you talked about his utility. It was really high
this
game, as well as big damage numbers he did later on once they started looking for more traditional fights. And the TF top did okay, right? Initially, they had the pick there in the mid lane on the Zeka. Teddy got his 2-item spike. Everything felt winnable for Bro. But that's kind of the Bro early story, right? Everything goes well in the early game. It's when it gets a little bit harder, a little bit more complicated later on, when Gideon can't just basically determine how the early game's going to go because his early jungle game is so good. Like you see here, Bro kind of just start to fall apart. Skuma, arrows everywhere.
And it's one of these compositions that just doesn't feel like it can do very much if you start to fall behind, right? With the TF in the top lane, the team fights are just kind of awkward. You're not going to have the same value as a Gnar launching himself into a backline with that huge AoE ultimate. It is so much more of that single target pick-based composition, which does really require you to start that snowballer rolling. And the Bros did start it. It just never really started rolling, you know?
Yeah.
Like, they were pushing it a lot, like, really hard, trying their best, and they just weren't quite strong enough to move down the hill.
I started calling it, not that the game was over, but that they were going to struggle much earlier when they had a gold lead, because we just knew this composition of Hanwha Life Esports is so oppressive. They have the Gnar. They have so many ways to engage. All they have to do is see a target and kill, and that's what they killed Romer, and basically the game was done. We'll watch these final moments here as they go super deep to get the full ace.
Yeah, they look for Namgung here. They're not able to quite find him, but Kanavi obviously wants to use his Guardian Angel. And does so to pretty great effect, as Gumayusi is just going to rain down those arrows. And yeah, this was definitely a celebration, but first place over to Hanwha Life Esports. And the kings of the LCK have been dethroned a little bit, although HLE have always been kind of at the top over the last couple of years.
This is not the end of the LCK, but it's the only part of the year where we have a full double round robin like we traditionally did.
Yeah.
And Life Esports went from a 10th place finish to a first place finish. From LCK Cup to LCK Round 2 end. They went from the bottom to the top, just like this gold graph here went from slight for Bro to absolute peak here at 9,000 for HLE at the end of that game. But like we've been talking about, HLE have showcased that they can play a slower style than they have been doing a lot of this year. Zeka, I voted for him because he just kind of was in the mid gap. A lot of this game was about the fact that he just shut Roamer out of the game and Roamer could not make an impact, and he's chasing the tails of Chovy here, just 200 POM points behind as we reach the halfway point.
Yeah, and if they had have been able to win and deny Chovy that last POM, there was an opportunity, I think, to almost catch up to him if Zeka had have got that POM as well. He could have tied. Unfortunately, weren't able to do so, but in the end, they are still first place coming into the Legend group in the next time in the LCK, but also getting that first place seed into the road to MSI, absolutely massive. So we're going to have a chat to Zeka pretty soon, and in fact, we're going to have a chat to him right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Zeka on the side of Hana Life Esports. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. In the end, you closed out round 1 in first place. How do you feel with today's match? Really, first place or third place was going to be the result, and those were on the stake. And I'm just really happy that we are able to secure first place. Yeah, a win meant first place and a loss meant third. So with the road to MSI starting point on the line, what was your mindset? Well, just paying too much attention to the standings and getting it affect our performance in game. I just wanted to put less pressure, feel less pressure. So as a team, we just wanted to let go of that and just really focus on the game, just playing better. And in game 1, you let Orianna through and quickly picked up the Speedy Bard and Victor. So what was the intended approach for this comp? So Victor, I think, just considering our team, because Victor is really good in the laning phase, and during the draft, I feel like just strategically, I think we just want to, leave some OP picks open. And I think just considering the meta, we just try to go with whatever we are really good at, depending on the team color. And Delight roamed very quickly to mid so that your Victor can get first blood. So what was the call like? Yeah, I mean, even at the very start of the game, he said, okay, I'm going to give you a first blood. So Delight had really good communication in the early game that allowed this to happen. So it actually helped us take the edge from the start. And let's go walk through this replay here. What happened? I was actually not going to TP, but I saw the Lee Sin. And, just wasting the enemy TP and then also getting that kill was amazing. And right here, after dodging the Orianna ult, my confidence was quite high, so I just tried to make a play afterwards. But if I were to get hit by the Orianna ult, I think I would have probably backed off.
네, 그만큼 또 좋은 플레이를 보여주셨는데 이 세트는 상대가 탑즈페와 탈리아를 꺼내면서 사이드에 힘을 주겠다는 의지를 보였던 것 같습니다. 상대 승리 플레이를 어떻게 좀 돌파하고
in game 2, the enemy took Twisted Fate top and Talia mid, showing intent to put pressure on side lane. So what was your game plan? I think even before the TF and Talia, I just believed that our comp was quite complete. So just playing according to our comp and just, understanding the enemy's comp's value, I just felt a little unstable. So as long as we were able to just play normally and play it out, we just knew that we had faith in ourselves to actually win out the game. And in game 2, the Zeka Navi's Rise Pantheon chemistry was on point. So, what is the secret to building such good synergy? I think personally, we just click really well.
네, 그렇게 전체적으로 분위기도
And
좋고
I feel like, as compared to LCK Cup, we have become such close friends, and we actually have built some friendship. And I think it's just the atmosphere that feels really good. And at the very end, Gumayushi was saying, "Give me Penta." So, given that no one was responding, what happened? You know, he got triple kill. I actually wasn't even aware that he got triple kill. And I feel like, you know, he's asking for too much to say Penta when he hasn't even gotten Quadra yet. So I think next time, I think maybe if he called that out after getting a Quadra, then we can consider giving him the Penta. And just looking back to LCK Cup, I'm sure you have had some struggle in the team, but now you ended up wrapping the round with first place, and you get to go to the road to MSI. So how do you look back? Yeah, it was a very heartbreaking time in the LCK Cup, but I'm just really happy that we're able to finish first, and we just have to do our best in the road to MSI. And what is your mindset for the road to MSI? You know, it would be our first time in the franchise history to make it to MSI, so I would just want to make sure that we are able to make that happen. And that is all from Zeka, and back to the Z desk. Thank you.
Thank you, Veer, as always, for that awesome translation. As there you have it, Zeka picks up another POM. He will be in still second place for POMs at this point in time. Chovy in first, but I do believe they do continue on into rounds 3 and 4. As our votes here, pretty interesting. We actually got almost everybody for Zeka, but then 3 separate votes for 3 other people.
Well, for me at least, Kanavi is justifiable because I feel like he had, he had his moments in the Pantheon game where he kind of just like, walked in, got predicted on and died, and looked a little bit shaky, but I feel like Kanavi is such a player where the game is always around him. So I think if he really tries to, he can always get POM just because he's kind of everywhere, and either he's dying a lot or he is killing everybody a lot.
And here's a Kanavi POM from Goko, the one guy who did go for it. Strength 100, Intelligence 100, this is Kanavi. I'm curious about his other stats too, but he only highlighted those 2.
Aggression, 200.
Maybe we could take a look at some of the other comments as well. Cloud Templar going for Zeus, the one guy who's a stable and proactive, good balance, which is not always the way that Zeus plays, but I kind of agree that he was very stable this time around. And no comment from the chat.
It was good seeing you rise for the challenge and come out victorious.
Wow.
And I
know
can
the
go,
champs he played.
Yeah, actually, if you didn't follow, so when I said Rise, it's actually spelled like the champion Rise.
Wow.
And Victorious is spelled like the champion Victor with ES on the end. So this was actually in reference to the 2 champions that Zeka played today.
And when I saw Oaks make this comment, he was sitting there and he was like, he was so happy typing it, and he was like, is it cheesy enough? Is it too cheesy? Should I go for it? Or...
I was worried it wasn't cheesy enough. I think it's the right amount of cheesy.
And I purposely didn't look at it because I wanted to react to it on the broadcast.
How did it make you feel?
Makes me feel pretty cheesy, I guess.
Like what type of cheese?
Like 200 or 100?
Like a Gouda cheese, as our former caster Mauhaus would say.
Is that really how he says it?
Yes.
He's so Dutch.
Yeah, I went to him. I'm like, yeah, you know, you ever have Gouda cheese? He's like, it's Gouda. I'm like, oh, didn't know that. I didn't even know it was a Dutch cheese until I met him. Good old Mauhaus. Yankos, what about you?
I went boring style. I take my job seriously. I'm not, doing the cheese stuff.
Unlike some of us.
Big dogs. Big dogs. Big dogs. Big dogs. Big dogs. Big dogs. Oh my God, we did it.
Come here, Brendan.
Big dog.
Big dog. That was a nice one. So let's
we do it all the time, but that one was like that was crazy.
Yeah, we missed, but you guys hit. Anyways, road to MSI. I think Zeka faced Chovy a couple of days ago. It didn't go that well. Chovy got the palm at that time, and he performed very well. This time Zeka gets it against Roamer. I'm excited to see him. They did secure #1 spot thanks to him as well. Or thanks to the whole team, but you know, Zeka played exceptionally well. And I'm looking forward to how he can perform later on next week, and actually in 2 weeks.
Yes, in a couple of weeks, we will be seeing HLE. Global superstar Zeka. At least he didn't make a super soldier, or maybe it is a super soldier reference because he put super in there. You know, that's his nickname in Korea, is Super Soldier Zeka. Yeah.
Now I know what.
I don't know what the reference is here. Is he global?
Maybe there's no reference. Maybe he just calls him superstar for being a super great player that won Worlds.
I guess
that might just be it.
Yeah, he's global. He's everywhere. Oh no, maybe because he played Rise. He was talking about like the Rise realm warps and stuff. I don't know. It's hard to understand Wolf sometimes. As Helios says, cannot stare intimidating Zeka's eyes.
How would you translate it? How would you like, you know, what does that mean? Is Zeka just too scary to lane again?
So I'm imagining that, so when we walk on the way to the caster desk, the players also come back and forth in that direction. I'm imagining that Helios looked at Zeka and Zeka stared him down, and Helios was thinking about that when he made this Pommen. I assume so. This might not be a reference to the game at all. This might be just their personal interactions that he's decided to put into this Pommen. That's what I'm gonna go with.
He's like airing his beef. Like he's like, I just can't look at him. He keeps staring me down. It's really strange. As Zekaka, I feel like I just like
I like
on
how you
Anchorman
said it
for a moment.
It was almost like you were like a bird.
Yeah.
Is it kaka kaka like ha 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 ha, or is it like, what is this reference? Is this like some inside meme that I don't understand, or is it just like Zeka kaka? Like, you know, you're satisfied with him.
That's just satisfied
I think
noise.
it's that one. Yeah.
I mean, it's like, you know,
I
it's
like your explanation.
popping off like.
Yeah. Let's go with that. I don't know. We don't have Prince here, so I can't ask him. Zekakakaka. Maybe, I mean, he didn't even, okay, we have a demonstration, so maybe this will help us here on the space as we are going to see what did Prince really mean by that comment. Always good to get an inside look onto the Korean analyst desk, which here it is.
그냥 제카가 보인 순간 그냥
That's not exactly how I imagined it.
It's like he's doing the Rise thing. You know, when Rise like,
oh, yeah, I see, like ka. Yeah. For those of you who watch Dragon Ball, like, you know, my age, like a long time ago, actually, you know,
the unks,
yeah. Like,
we're all unks.
We have a request from the fans, apparently.
That's me with a flower in my mouth. This
in front of a green screen.
Oh wait, what?
So apparently the sign says, "This photo, please."
Wait, so should I take a photo with a flower in my mouth? I don't have a flower.
I don't have a flower. This is really important.
We need to borrow a flower.
Also, how are we going to take a photo here right now like that?
One in your mouth, but I think it'd be a bit.
Maybe they just want you to go outside. And take
I don't think I can buy on. That's a.
This photo. Please copy this photo.
Do we have a flower?
We need a flower.
Hold on.
We need a flower.
Brendan,
Egon's got enough stuff.
Get us a flower
stored around here.
I think this mic is too big. I'm not gonna put that in my mouth.
No, I was joking. Don't actually do that.
Okay, let's do it later, but we will cover that photo.
We're gonna do it. Let's take a look at the standings first, because we do have to talk about what is going on with their teams as well. As much as I want to see Yankos with a flower in his mouth, HLE is in first place. They have secured that. You know, today is the last day of round 2 before we do make it into road to MSI. And T1, of course, secured second, Gen.G in third.
It's crazy. There's just a 1 game score difference between T1 and Gen.G that decided second versus third. Kind of crazy. That's how it panned out. We also see things were pretty close in the Rise group side of things. 6 and 12 score for both Bro and BFX right now.
Yes. So, cool standings. Very nice. More importantly,
you know, Yankos, you should get in the middle. You should go there.
It looks very much like the picture that we were given. So,
okay. No, I think you need to do it for a little longer.
You need to show more teeth.
More teeth. Okay, I was about to refer that T1 secured second seed, but I'm unbiased. So the point is that Bros couldn't make it, and HLE secured a victory. Now we have, our top 3 teams secured because of that, and we have to look forward to the next game, which is Nongshim and DK.
Yeah. Thank you, Yankos. We do have Nongshim versus T plus Kia after the break, so make sure you are joining us after that mic check as well, and we'll see you in a little bit. Bye-bye.
Every sky's a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
이번에 만나볼 경기는 T+ 기아와 한진 브리온입니다.
두 팀 다 이번 시즌에서 좋은 평가들을 듣고 있는 상황에서 이번 경기는 더욱더 많은 주목을 받고 있을 거예요.
그 첫 번째 세트 지금부터 만나보시죠.
Let's go. Come on, baby. Come on, yo. come on, yo. 파이팅. 자, 여봅시다. 와봐, 이거. 나 노플이라 째야 돼, 민성아. 미드 한번 볼게, 이거. 빅tor. 야, 미드 잡자, 이거 잡자.
아, 노출 여기 있네. 얘네 상태 안 좋아, 아래.
잡을래?
위로 뚫어라, 위로. 얘들아, 위로 가, 위로. 잡긴 했어.
아니야, 갑배고 줄게.
끝. 여기까지. 아, 탑이 되고.
타파. 자르만 공 있어? 자르만 공 있어. 싸우자, 이거. 산테만 풀 빠졌어.
뭐 빠진 거 있어? 오리 공밖에 안 빠졌어. 나 7초 뒤에 텔제. 자, 길어지면 여기 오는 거 어때? 나 이 라인 하나 가질 수 있어.
맞아.
내가 텔 볼게.
얼렸어? 텔. 빠지면 사발. 잘 볼래, 이거?
오리 없어. 우리 집 갔다 텔로 와야 돼. 안 돼?
잡았다?
나이스. 제발.
나이스.
형이야. 살아있잖아, 임마. 아깝다. 나 풀이랑 공을 너무 못 썼다. 까비?
시야 다음 라인에 올 수 있어?
갈 수 있어. 할만해, 얘네도.
볼살만 해줄 것 같은데? 야, 노틸. 야, 여기 빵태부터. 빨리 좀.
나 봐줘.
이거 인질 잡자, 나 오른쪽.
야, 노틸 높을. 야, 산태 높을. 둘다 높을. 탑정글. 얘들아.
별로 안 좋아, 빼면서. 할만해. 보자, 이거 천천히.
에, 높을. 나 집 갔다 올게.
산태 사도 돼.
높을. 봐도 돼. 나이스.
야, 궁마다 이거.
공 먹게 나도 여기. 야, 공
봐봐.
맞아.
바로 갈 수도 있겠다, 우리 팀. 야,
박태고. 해야 돼.
오케이. 이석 줄게. 야, 봐봐.
오케이. 야, 바로 가자.
집텔할게.
집태랑 쳐. 잘하면 높은 동공이야. 나 이거 스테이가 한 번. 들지 말고
이거 천천히 해봐. 내가 밀어볼게.
한 번만. 천천히.
잡아.
지금.
먹튀.
버려.
빵태도 노플이야, 얘들아. 천천히 잡아.
나 버려.
나 끝. 아 잘했다. 이거 이즈 많이 세서
이제도 은근 센.
그냥 잘 피하면서 해야 돼.
이거 그냥 근데 클릭 플레이 그냥 해도 돼. 야 이겨줄게 알아. 오케이 확인. 야 노틸 한번 걷자. 노틸 걷자.
야 노틸 볼게.
노틸.
야 버스 먼저.
나가야 돼.
막을 수 있나?
나 좀 갈렸어 얘들아. 괜찮아. 빼면서 볼게. 아 사운드 얘들아 사운드 있어.
볼까요?
야 파티 가다 올게. 얘들아 파티 가다 올게.
야 괜찮은 거 같아.
나 정보일만해. 상대. 오케이. 상대 오플.
보자 얘들아. 보자. 가볼래? 더보자.
앞라인 치자. 얘도 노플이야.
아 나이스.
나 파쿠어라 산테 녹일 수 있어. 빨리 좀 와봐.
아 빨리지 마. 우리 노공인데 싸움 보자 이거.
아나 좋아.
야 여기 윗길로 천천히 싸움 보자. 이제 맞췄고.
이제 슬로우라.
이제 좀 밀어냈어. 야 코앞 해볼게.
빨리
천천히 보자 이거.
야 우리 보자.
야 여기 괜찮은데. 야 이제 높여.
럼블 디테일.
야 앞에 위로. 천천히.
11 오플. 안 좋다. 안 좋아.
아래 괜찮아. 아래 괜찮아. 나 더 볼게 이거.
네, 공부 다 했어.
토르 노플이야. 천천히 봐줘 이거.
더블 3초. 산테부터 얘들아.
산테부터. 산테 이제 잡아. 해볼래?
바로 가자.
나이스. 바로 치자.
뭔가 애매한.
11을 자르면 노플 얘들아.
이 빨개 먹고 미드 볼 생각 하자. 아 미드 앞에서 밀어볼게 이번에.
여기 와줘 얘들아.
자르만 해볼게. 아 가비. 노틸 그래 받았다. 노틸 그래 받았다. 아 바뀌어.
야 노틸부터 보자. 노틸부터.
야 노틸 노플. 야 노틸 노플.
우리 공 조심해. 야 노틸.
야 좋다.
노틸. 천천히 앞라인부터. 우리 공 조심. 야 빡대. 야 가져.
이거
이번 실상하자.
아래 이거 체크 되나? 아래짜리 잡은 거 같은데 얘들아?
아 레이저 긁어볼게. 안에 있다.
아래짜리?
오케이. 아 빅토르 노플.
야 이제 이제
앞라인.
야 이제 한 대.
앞라인.
야 앞라인 봐.
앞라인 보자.
해봐. 10을 잡았고. 얘들아 노티라. 레이저 옆에.
얘네 딜러진 더플 빠지게.
아 이게 큐 맞냐?
우리 본라인 안 좋아 얘들아. 그냥 치자 이거 와봐. 들어와봐. 여기서 쏠게.
오케이.
탑본 안 좋아 우리. 빨리 쳐야 돼.
아
얘들아 나 크게 돌아볼게.
잘했죠?
아래 걸어야 될 것 같아 천천히.
야 앞부터 가볼게.
볼만해? 어때? 이제 볼만해?
이제 볼만하긴 해.
야 이제 야야야 알았어 이제 야 형이 얘들아 가자
야 이렇게 힘들게 해야 되냐 이거 진짜.
초반에 너무 못했다.
아니 말이 안 돼. 아니 진성이 형 이제 지리네.
딴데 판정이 에바네.
까비.
이번에 두드리는 그 배송은 라이징 티켓일 수도 있었거든요.
그렇죠.
그걸 막아내면서 디플러스가 레전드로서 본인의 그 입지를 다져냈습니다.
scar to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Just when I lift my mark into the stone.
류현주 화이팅! 농심 화이팅!
플러스야 화이팅! 플러스야 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. It is time for the final series of round 2 here at the LCK before we get to Road to MSI and EWC and all sorts of things that is coming up in the future. This is going to be the last regular season match that we'll have for a very long time.
And the last cross-group regular season game. D+ wasn't able to make it to Legend last time, but this time they are the Legends and Nongshim are the Risers. So we've swapped sides here, and as a result, we have a favorite team in our Legend team, D+, and Nongshim here on the Rise side of things, trying to get back into proper footing, right? You know, they've...
Yeah. Things haven't looked very good.
They've had,
unfortunately.
Yeah, they've had a lot of struggles, and I know I sometimes reference it, even though it makes me sad. It kind of reminds me of the 2022 Nongshim roster that had a lot of great parts in it that just could not get off the ground. That BDD was on, Dread was on it, Ghost was on it.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a tough time back then. They got Diablo, and he's looking great individually, but the team just isn't able to fire on all cylinders. I don't think D+ are perfect by any means, though, and I could see this series going to 3, depending on what the drafts look like.
And we also have Nongshim. They did manage to pick up a win, but if they lose here, especially in 0-2 fashion, I think even if it's a 1-2, I think they lose the head-to-head against QMDRX and are therefore behind them in the standings heading into the next round. They'll be in 9th place. And that is not where this Nongshim wants to be. Nongshim managed to take down D+ pretty comfortably in their first meeting in round 1. But things have definitely changed since then between these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Really quite a difference. You know, they swapped groups. Obviously, Scout wasn't here for that one, so won't necessarily be as big in the conversation around it. But, you know, on the side of Showmaker here, was so close, was very outspoken that it was pretty crushing that they weren't able to get it last time around. And I was very outspoken at that time. I know we're having a lot of conversation about would you rather be last place in the Legend group or first place in the Rise group. I think for D+, because they often play up to stronger opponents. I'm really happy that they're in the Legend group. I think they'll be forged into a stronger team there, and will actually come out the better end of it. I know a lot of people don't hold that same sentiment. A lot of people think they're going to be the punching bag, similar to Nongshim last year around, but we'll have to wait and see. Starts here first, though, before we head to Road to MSI, before we have the split in several months' time, as you mentioned. It's going to have to start with this final regular season game. One best of 3 to see if D+ can push themselves one step closer to the top 4 of the Legend group.
Exactly, and I think that D+ putting their best foot forward here is going to be extremely important, making sure that they can be on good footing heading into that Road to MSI. There is also that last spot at EWC, also up for grabs as well. If they're able to win Road to MSI, they would be able to send themselves over there as well. So we will see exactly what is going to be in store for them, as we do have Lucid back on the roster one more time. No more shoveling, unfortunately. I did really like talking about the word of his name because it didn't make very much sense, but it is very cute. Speaking of cute, we have our least cute mascot here, crushing a raccoon.
It says take revenge.
Well, it could be possible here against a Nongshim that have seemingly been floundering, despite picking up a victory in their last match. I believe it was against DNS or something like that. So not necessarily the most convincing of victories.
Yeah. Nongshim have, I think, for a lot of people been, I don't know how else to say this, but to say it truthfully, a disappointment this season. I think a lot of people had higher hopes for Scout's return, World's MVP Kingen, Sponge's performance at the Kespa Cup. Honestly, just in general, they looked really good before the LCK Cup really got rolling, and then things just went downhill very fast. And it's kind of hard to explain. A lot of people were blaming Taeyun, but maybe looking back at it, it was Taeyun who was trying to make really aggressive plays, try to save things, which is why he looked a bit too aggressive, a bit too out of sorts. They replaced him with another aggressive bottom laner who's looking great individually, but the problems to me were always bigger than the bottom lane, and now they're really starting to show.
Yep.
So the fact that Scout's back here in Korea, all the hype that was around that, I mean, I was begging for it years ago. I heard the rumor he was going to join KT.
I remember that.
And I was like, yes! And then it didn't happen. And now
wait, who did we get instead? Wasn't it like a really disappointing situation? Was that when Athena came back or something?
I think that's when we got BDD. But
it
was after BDD's 2022 Nongshim roster.
Aha!
Oh, is that a good thing? We're not sure. It ended up being good, and KT had a great 2023 without Scout, but yeah. My point was, at the time, it seemed like getting Scout was going to be massive, it was going to be huge.
Oh, it's Hoya and Guwon.
I think
over from NIP to support the boys of D+.
I think I might be the biggest Hoya fan that exists. He's an ex-D+ Kia and Bro top laner.
Yep.
Was Guwon on D+?
I don't think so.
I just think
he was on HLE.
And HLE, right?
HLE, yeah, T1 and HLE. I think for Guwon, but obviously they're both on NIP now, so they're coming out, hanging out with one another, and HLE and T1 are not playing in this series, and so I guess Guwon's like, well, I'll support D+, and didn't really want to sit on the other side of the stadium.
Yeah.
Which I think makes some sense.
Yeah, it all comes together when you think about it that way.
Yeah.
But normally we have like challengers players coming in groups to support the team that they used to play for, so I was trying to rack my brain there. Either way, let's move into draft, because draft is where we started when we made the Kizurg acronym for Nongshim playing for Annie Wukong, and maybe that can be enough here, as Charvel, I don't think, had a bad series, but he just didn't have the same impact that Lucid has, and it felt very similar to the Delight situation, where he was subbed out for bluffing, and it maybe reinvigorated him. Let's see what that looks like for Lucid today.
Yeah, hopefully it's good news. He was still here throughout that whole series that Charvel was playing, looking very relaxed in the coach's booth between games. They did lose one, I believe, in that series, but were able to ultimately come out ahead, as Cassio, Oriana both going to be taken away here from D+ Kia. And we'll see whether The good old Karma ban is going to come on through. The Rumble could be a ban that they look at. The Nautilus is an interesting one. It might see D+ heading towards a Karma first pick themselves.
Lehens has looked very comfortable on the pick. And it's a very Lehens pick, as we've discussed many times, so that might be a big part of it. Nocturne is also going to be banned away. Isn't it interesting how Lulu has just like disappeared from the LCK as well? We're not seeing Nocturne Lulu anymore. We're not seeing Yunara.
The Anivia ban. So they're going for a Rise answer to whatever D+ first pick here, I guess.
But D+ could also just first pick Rise.
Oh, don't
with
be
all
silly,
these
Wolf.
mid laners locked in, or banned away.
But Scout is a really good Taliyah player, so maybe there's that little angle that they might be going for. Showmaker also very happy to play the Taliyah himself. So maybe that's the dance they're going to have to do. The Karma is going to be locked in, though. And so now Diablo going to lock in the Ezreal, and they'll take the Ezreal Bard into the matchup. And Sponge will take away that Rise that we were talking about before.
Yep. They'll get the Bard in that third spot.
So Taliyah Caitlyn, is that just what it is here for D+? Or the Jarvan?
Jarvan and Ezreal is a little tricky. A little bit surprised by that. But they're going to go for the Jhin, so this makes it work a little bit better here. I know how you feel about it.
I wasn't going to say anything, Wolf. I'm trying to be a changed man, you know?
I do think it works well with the Jarvan. We'll see what the rest of this comp looks like before we say it's good or
as that Bard we were talking about.
Good. And the Bard was... You pretty much laid everything down in the first few seconds there of what's going to happen.
Sorry. Should I do it a little bit more, like, let's wait and see?
No, it's LCK Game 1. We knew what was up. I mean, the Caitlyn that you mentioned didn't come through because they chose the Jhin. But you only mentioned Caitlyn because you're biased and you.
Yeah, I just didn't want it to be Jhin.
Yeah,
I didn't want to manifest. You know, I'm not doing that.
So a fourth Showmaker ban with the Twisted.
Yeah, do they ban TF and then Taliyah? Is that what they're going to do? Like, just ban 5 mid laners?
That's a pretty likely situation.
And then he'll just play Victor and be really happy?
I don't know. If they play Victor, I think they need something that's very aggressive on the top side of the map that can go in to set up this Jhin. So I think Victor doesn't work well with Jhin, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's impossible to play. They could ban something completely different, like a safe top lane pick for Xiu, which, like the Gnar, for example, would be a good one.
Annie's another Showmaker ban.
Another Showmaker ban also works well with the Jhin because you set up the guaranteed flourish when you hit that stun, which can either be with a Tibbers or just a Q that flies at decent range. Lee Sin going to be taken away, so the jungle pool is where the targets were here for D+. Not quite as targeted as the Showmaker bans. They'll just end up with the Rumble, so probably going to get a Cassante, which is what I thought would be one of the better picks left for this Jhin here, unless they want to go Ambessa Jhin, which also works, so this is Xiu's choice.
Oh, I actually wouldn't mind that.
They can kind of do whatever they want here because they are playing 2 counter picks. So they can get both counter picks for the solo laners in this situation.
So Galio Taliyah is a lot of global
power,
pressure.
Yeah.
That being said, it's not a massive amount of damage.
No.
Neither is this, but it is a little bit more robust, as that is the sort of weapon of choice at the moment into the Rumble. Cassante will be picked up here for Xiu. I think Showmaker is just going to play Taliyah or Victor, I guess.
Yeah. I like Taliyah more for the comp, but for the damage issue, I like the Victor.
Yeah.
He could also do something completely different and play like Mel or something else and just try not to interact with the Rise, but that's just so unlikely.
And it's Showmaker, right? He's found a lot of success on the Victor, and so I think that this makes a lot of sense for comfort reasons.
Yeah, he's been so dominant in lane on this pick that he can generate an advantage on his own. And it is so funny to me. I mean, I guess funny is not the right word, but somewhat ironic is it's going to be Fury. So, not the greatest setup for an Fury in this draft, but we'll get to that later. I just find it interesting that when we think about Showmaker's most recent picks and his most recent dominance in lane, this Victor is the first pick that comes to mind. He banned 5 mid lane champions, and he's just like, well, I'll play Victor, though.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, like we've seen Taliyah as a pick into the Rise that's found some success at the same time. I feel like if these bans had have been Victor Taliyah instead of TF and Annie, I think they would have been in an even better position in this game.
Or just ban like the Rumble counter pick of the Cassante as well, if that's where you're planning on going.
Yeah.
I think the Victor is not a great pairing with Jhin, but they have so much frontline that I think it's going to work out okay. And they needed the damage, so...
And also, I do think that, like, with the AoE nature of a Victor as well, like, throwing down the gravity field and then lining up these deadly flourishes, captive audience, like all of these things that Jin can do that require you to stand still is something that Victor can also capitalize on and provide, given the initial CC is going to work. And you can make plays off of slows quite effectively from both of those champions as well. So the Karma can have a fair bit of value. Lucid putting them into a circle is going to be high value as well. And so D plus Kia's composition, pretty scary. Nongshim, though, certainly do have some power points as well. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, under the Rift 4. Game number 1 between Nongshim and D plus Kia.
Match 90. We're all the way here. It feels like time flew by.
It really did. It feels like these first 2 round robins kind of, you blink and you miss it. But we do now have our Legend group locked in, our Rise group locked in. This time around, Nongshim, they're going to be Rising. And D plus Kia are Legends. And one Legend is standing on a ward. See whether that is going to affect anything, and the answer is absolutely not. Lahens just gets hit by a Mantra Q and is having a bit of a bad time, but that's all right. He's the Bard. He'll be able to eat some cocoa. And actually, it is the hot cocoa skin.
Yeah, this matchup is pretty volatile because Bard is one of the best champions into the Karma in this meta, and Jin is going to be struggling to actually do consistent damage output, whereas Diablo can do a lot of that and can poke and weave these Qs in and clear the minions fast as well. So Career needs to be hitting every single Q. And so far, a great start in that regard.
As he misses one, but that's okay.
Caster curses are real!
Yeah, they are a little bit real. Chronicler, that's another one for the bank of incredible amounts of examples we have of Caster curses being real. Deadly Flourish is going to go wide. So Lahen's going to avoid that bit of danger, but he's got his Coco set up, man. He is
double
ready.
Marshmallows are ready.
They can have a date, you know, next to the turret. They can both have one. It'd be delicious.
It's
hot cocoa.
pretty hot to be drinking hot cocoa, though. Scouts in the Mystic Cannon.
I mean, you just blast the AC, you know, and just pretend it's a winter's morning.
Yeah, it's a little bit of climate control, you know.
Yeah.
Turn your house into an igloo.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter about the AC bill.
Hey, deceptively, Wolf, igloos are quite warm.
That's actually a good point. That's actually a really good point.
And they still drink cocoa in igloos. I'm sure they do.
I know you just like you say the obvious, and then but like in my mind that just you broke me. I'm like, oh, why would I have ever said that? I mean, I understand why I said it, but like I was never as wrong, like confidently thought I was saying a good thing and then been completely turned around.
No, I mean, it's okay. And it's probably because igloos are mainly used by people like in the Arctic Circle.
Sure. So maybe drinking hot cocoa outside of the igloo is what it might be better to say.
Yeah. So if they're sitting outside their igloo on their igloo balcony, then you're probably, you know, going to get some value out of that.
Well, I mean, my idea was like the AC is so high that it's like an igloo, but then it's not because the igloos aren't warm. So I'm like, I'm really trying to get myself. So I'm like, in a house where there is an igloo inside, because
they're sitting around the igloo like it's a campfire.
So like let's just say like in Seoul, someone has an igloo built inside of their house on May 31st in the beginning of summer, where it's nearing 30 degrees outside, and then they have the AC on super cold, and it's super cold next to the igloo, which also provides some form of cold. Air coming
it sounds like a supreme waste of energy, but
well, I mean,
does seem like a cool idea.
Cocoa, you know, you got to drink it like you said.
Yeah, exactly, and it's got to be cold weather while you do it. And it's all right. Smash going to find a Deadly Flourish here as Diablo with a very preemptive barrier. Gets a lot of value out of it, though, as we can see. Q misses there from Korea as heal in trade for heal and barrier on Nongshim's side, but they do get control of the wave as Wolf is saved by the action here in the bottom lane.
Please, no more.
You were really spiraling for a few moments there. I didn't know how to save you. I'm not going to lie.
Well, I can also point out that right now Showmaker is winning the lane really hard. He has a pretty hefty CS advantage right now, and even though he used his TP, he's going to get Scout to back. Scout has Ghost, but this is going to be slowly Rise trotting back to the lane. We'll be able to get some of these minions. Actually, looks like we'll get all of them.
Yeah.
But this is exactly what we're talking about. It's like 5 mid bans, and Showmaker's like, cool, I'm 15 CS up.
Yeah. He was always, and he was probably always going to play the victor anyway. As she was going to burn down, we have to remember that this is Kingan's Rumble. He is so good at this champion. It's, oh my god. As we say it, the Harpoon just barely misses.
Kingan's going to get 6, by the way. Shiu just used his shield. I don't know if he can back there.
Well, I mean, if Kingan gets vision of him, Shiu is going to have his back interrupted. Okay, let's just say that.
He did not.
We've seen this play before, but Sponge is Neferi in this situation. Has now smashed down to about 50%, has used his barrier. Deadly Flourish is named somewhat correctly. But Sponge just fighting Lucid for now. The D+ bottom lane, I mean, they're taking a lot of these cheeky Mystic shots from Diablo, and he is like able to get himself about a wave in advantage in this bottom lane.
Yeah, playing the Ezreal out very, very well here. As
really nice going in. Flourish, yeah. Lucid actually holding onto the flag and drag just in case he needs it to escape, and he is going to use it for exactly that reason. Scout now going to be walking on over. The Arcane Storm goes down, and Scout now having to ghost over towards his teammates. Lahen's looking a little worse for wear, as the Magical Journey going to be taken a very short distance.
This is going to be anxiety.
Oh my goodness, there's a flag and drag. Down goes Lahen's, as Scout's now in a lot of trouble. Sponge is at about 100 health, and Smash flashes on top of them and reloads all over the place, and then dies. But Diablo is now looking for Korea, who just smashes him with a Q. That is 3 dead on the side of Nongshim, and D+ pick up 4 kills.
That's a combination of former and current Rise group, baby.
Oh, yeah.
As this is a 4v4 in the bottom lane. You know, we've had, bottom lane is the meta. We've had a lot of 2v2s out of 3v3s to side games. 4v4 here in this early one is a little bit wild as Smash flashes through.
Yeah, just like, I'm reloading everywhere!
But he got that shot in, and that's what counts. And what doesn't count is Diablo's kill, because he didn't get one on the career there, but he was very close and would have made things better. But now D+, after that really patient 4v4 they played through, and Showmaker, the lead that he has right now still remains, are firmly in control of this this game state. And I can't fault Nongshim for the setup, because it felt like they were just waiting and biding their time. Like, they were poking with Diablo, they were trying to get that damage in, they were being measured with their aggression as well, they weren't overextending, but eventually just kind of, when push comes to shove, comes to what's after that, I don't know.
Yeah.
Elbowing and stomping on each other. Everyone was eventually just in melee range with each other, and then we had a 4v4 fight.
Yeah, and I think it started with Lahen's just taking so much damage from poke.
He did.
And from that point, I mean, Lucy just going with the flag and dragon, one-shot him with his passive, and down he would go. Shiu now going all out towards Kingan here, who puts down the red carpet, and Shiu would have to walk down that if he does want to fight the Rumble. So that is going to be ult for ult in trade here, and Shiu looking like he's in a much better position at this stage. Obviously does want to hit a couple of items, Spectre's Cowl especially. And by a couple of items, I mean just like a couple of legendary items, right? Like not necessarily picking up a full item just yet, but does want at least that Spectre's Cowl to feel good in this.
When you look at the fact that Rumble just got plated steel caps, but Shiu got boots as well as that cloak, you're like, okay, this is really good for Shiu. Because he has the movement speed he needs, but also all of that additional MR. He has even more now, and he has completed this back. Kingan does have teleport advantage. Is going to try to push this wave in one more time. And Lahen's is not having fun getting poked by everyone in this game.
Yeah, he is just really taking damage.
He's a pincushion.
He is indeed. Not exactly barding in the most fun way. But it is Lahen's 10-year anniversary, which is kind of cute. That's what we're celebrating here at LoL Park today.
Yeah.
Let's see whether he can have a better time as this game goes on. Or especially if this series goes on, as the Cycle Sword is done here for Sponge. It's a decent first item spike, but he is yet to come back out onto the map, and that should be Lucid locking down this dragon without too much opposition.
Diablo just going to try to hold his own here as Lahen struggles to get back to the lane. Some plates are going to go over, the dragon goes over. This Jhin starting to get rolling a little bit here. The main gold lead on the bottom side of the map is careers, but it's partially because Lahen just doesn't have a lot of gold. And in the mid lane, Showmaker's still very online. This composition is going to scale really well, so Nongshim need to find an in somewhere. Lehen's going to try to maybe get a split back here.
Yeah, a bit of a wraparound. His career is going to cancel his back, but that does mean that Lehens is not going to quite find the angle, especially without some Neferi support, who is moving down towards the bottom side, but will be distracted by his Raptor camp for a few moments, as that one is coming back up. Lehens needing to be a little careful here, but Smash not going to find the Deadly Flourish.
Yeah, he gets 2 stops of the backs, and now Smash kind of priced into staying here.
Okay, Shia looking for another angle here. Does have the all-out back up and available once again, but Kingen also has the equalizer, obviously. Sponge and Lucid just doing battle with one another. Some more daggers will fly, and it's kind of unfair, isn't it, that Sponge can press Q twice, but Lucid can't. That's the release date for you. As now Korea taking a fair bit of damage, but also able to lock down Sponge, who goes up into the sky, and then has to flash to get the heck out of there. Oh, Deathfire Touch is gonna kill him! And D+ get another one.
Okay, Lehen's also in trouble.
The world's smallest magical journey, as Lehens is, dead.
He bought some time though, didn't he, Atlas?
He did. He tended to. The fate was sealed, unfortunately. Yoni's not here, but his ult remains.
My expectations didn't need to be tempered. I knew he was going to die. I was like, I think he's going to die. That's my expectation. He was like, temper that,
It's
wolf.
called tempered fate, not tempted fate. And I think he definitely tempted fate.
He did do that. As now Showmaker, who had the biggest lead in the game, has 1,200 gold the advantage. And so that's not good for Nongshim. It's in the cons column.
Yeah.
In this game, as here, it's just not only the Blackfire touch, but the Blackfire torch as well. He's like, how did I kill him? He forgot about his burn damage.
Yeah.
Imagine, like, I can't think you could transpose 2 different reactions. Sponge is super upset, and Showmaker's like, wait, how did I kill him?
Yeah. Showmaker's just like, oh, okay. Did he have Blackfire Torch at the same time?
He did.
He
was torching and touching.
He was torching. Oh, no. That's
and
the wombo combo.
He was Death Black Torch touching. It's the worst.
That really does sound pretty awful, Wolf. I don't want to hear about that again. It's not something that I want. It's all right. Lehens, he's going to get stunned up here momentarily, but is otherwise going to be all right. As the Jin Karma is working out, it's doing what it's supposed to do. Diablo not too far behind. The problem is, like, the whole team is 3,000 gold down.
They're losing everywhere, is the real thing. This is a good try. Good try.
All right, well, Scout is going to see whether he can find an angle as the Tempered Fate does come on through. That is just going to buy some time for Smash, though, as they do line up the Cosmic Binding. Korea doing his very best to distract them, and Smash is barely taking damage. Now the curtains are getting called as Lehens. Oh, dear. Diablo's going to have to tank that one up for him, as, it just takes so much damage. And Lucid, oh, dear. Lehens is in one-shot range, isn't he? Flag, drag, kill. And let's see whether Lucid is able to go for it here. Just trying to intercept some backs. As the Cataclysm comes down, Diablo able to get out of there. And oh, God, they just baited him. Shovel wouldn't have fallen for that.
Okay. Showmaker's like, whatever. I got the whole turret. It's fine.
Wait a second. There's an ulti from Sponge as well. As he's like, Lucid's my favorite jungler. I'm going to do the same thing that he did. And unfortunately for D+ Kia, Sponge is not going to die. Showmaker is once again not going to be successful.
You can see Showmaker in his eyes, him like just checking the minimap repeatedly. He's like, He's like, how many more autos can I get? He's like, you guys good down there? He's like, you guys good down there? They're like, not really. He's like, okay, hold on, let me get this plate.
Oh no, it's Sponge's worst nightmare. Showmaker, and that thing that you were talking about that I'm not going to mention again.
Okay, well, initially here, it looks like the Realm War play could go off without a hitch, but Smash flashes and buffers the root, and then this ult actually stops the True Shot barrage.
The ultimate counter synergy.
And then they get the heal, and the Smash is just like, you don't have damage. You're early game Rise. Go away. And he's like, I mean it. And so they have to tank all these shots, so Diablo is also going to have to take a bunch of damage here. And so this becomes appealing now for Lucid as control of the jungle to go over and look for some backstops and potentially some kills. I don't think they needed to do this. I think we all know in hindsight they definitely didn't. Because they all barely escape, which is quite absurd and funny.
Yeah, the fact that he sees Sponge, he's like, no, I shouldn't do it. But then the voices were too loud. and he decides to go for it anyway. 1 versus 4, even though they are low. I mean, I don't know whether there was a monkeys that he was going to make that one happen.
Even though he dies there, Nongshim are still 3,000 gold behind us. They're going to look to TP on the Showmaker. Get that bounty!
Well, he's walking. He's going to flash as there's the Tempered Fate. Showmaker tries to get in, but is unable to get there. That was a better one from Lehens. And even the True Shot Barrage able to help tidy up that wave. As now Lucid wants to be able to grab Double Dragon. He will successfully do that. And the rest of DK do back away.
So now the gold lead shrinks by about 1,000 here for D+. The Tempered Fate does shut down the turret, so it's very easy to follow up and kill Showmaker there.
There is an
entire
entire wave just disintegrating to this top outer turret. Though.
Yeah, that's not ideal, but got bounty.
Indeed.
This is how they got the bounty, with a TPing Rumble, who's just going to say, I want money, we're going to get this money. I actually didn't see who got the kill. Okay, it does go over to the Rumble ultimately, so even though he lost a lot of the wave, he's going to get the gold and the bounty from Showmaker there.
Yep, Showmaker's still very far ahead, but it is not looking too bad.
And actually, the Rumble has a gold lead after that shutdown.
There you go.
So kind of worth, you know, I'd say pretty worth it. But let's see what happens next, because D+ are still in a position where Showmaker, he's just got a big amount of gold. Even though they killed him, they can't take what he already earned away.
And by the way, Wolf, we don't have 7 Hextech Souls in a row.
Oh yeah, good point.
Yeah, so we will have an Infernal in this game. It's kind of fun. As Lehen's not going to get knocked up, but he's still taking a lot of damage. Another Cataclysm does come down as Sponge able to flip out of the way, but Lehen's not able to do that, as there is at least a Realm Warp to save the Neferi. But Doggo going to have to go home, and Scout is in a Gravity Well, not having a great time, as now Lucid just going to babysit the Rise. We'll let him leave, but it looks like this top outer turret is going to fall. They've already taken first turret. That's why they're at a 3.3k gold lead.
Smash is just chilling in the mid lane as well. He's so ahead because they have. In terms of his gold, he's only 250 ahead, but okay, Shiu.
Oh yeah, I thought that maybe we'd get an all out, but we did not.
Smash right now has 2 items completed, and he has the Ghost Blade into just single item Ezreal, so that's the lead more than the gold shows, and he has control over the top side jungle, so if they try to make a play onto him, it's not going to work out. So it's just constantly pushing the mid lane. They got that mid turret, so there's not even a safety net for Diablo. Has to play back and save. So the prio for D+ couldn't be any stronger for mid and top. On the bottom lane, you know, there's still 2 plates among both turrets, but not necessarily a safe place to be either for Nongshim. Have to kind of sit back and farm until we get to that second item. Diablo, as D+ here, trying to collapse on the Lehen. Showmaker, so much damage already in this game.
And couldn't click the Magical Journey, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a shame. Still, Sponge able to make his way out of there. And Scout also was allowed to leave, but the top outer turret does eventually fall down, and this bottom one is probably going to be the next on the agenda for D+, moving to a 3.5k gold lead. 2 minutes on the Dragon, and Sponge already using his untargetability, Career moving over, and Smash finds a 4th shot, and not a deadly flourish, so the Doggo will escape.
We're fighting in the bottom lane.
Yep, Lehen's gonna have to flash on top of Showmaker here. The Equalizer goes down, Tempered Fate. I mean, it kind of works like a stopwatch here for Showmaker. I'm not sure about that one. As Lehens is dead, Career is going to be able to look at the Rumble as well to help out. As Smash's barrier is going to absorb a lot of that True Shot Barrage, and Chiu looking for an angle towards Scout. I'm still kind of mind-boggled by the Lehens ulti, as the curtains are being called here onto Scout. Actually finds Diablo in the backline, and one more shot. Chiu, okay, just goes all out, pulls him out of the curtain call, but doesn't really care about that. The last bullet did go through, and there's the Q to take down Scout. Flash in from Shiu. They do manage to take down Sponge, and Shiu's just kind of going ballistic. Looking for Diablo, doesn't hit the Q. And so the Ezreal will live. Might actually be able to do a bit of work here to Shiu, but he just stands beside his teammate. The rest of D+ are just taking down in a turret in this bottom lane. It's going to be a 7,000 gold lead.
There's just, I mean, they're winning literally everywhere. I don't even, like, it's hard to even quantify and sum up in the amount of time we have to how ahead D+ are and how much they just got out of this exchange. Is they're going to try to TP on the Showmaker again. Guess what? He also has TP. He's going to TP over Kingan's head and say, nice try, buddy. And so in this play here,
I don't want to see it again.
By the way, even if they kill him, they're going to die because the rotation is coming down. They do not, however, kill him, as this is like wastes Kingan's entire empowered Q.
Yeah.
It did not work out at all. They didn't really coordinate that one. And this is just one of those Nongshim coordination issue things that we've been talking about. And here, 2 levels up, Shiu, who has a lot of MR because he laned into a Rumble, is like, Scout can't hurt me. I guess I'll go in on this. I actually like the angle on this final shot because it's basically like them saying like, okay, you either are going to get hit by a shot and die and get slowed, or you're going to get pulled to the wall. Scout has no choice, and so he dies.
The zoning curtain call shot.
Yeah, it was really cool. And that's the coordination you want to have, by the way. Like, kind of the antithesis of what we saw with that Tempered Fate.
In the meantime, though, we do have a Drake started up here by Nongshim. Cataclysm goes down immediately, though. Knock-up city here for Lucid. As Lahans, the Arcane Storm, not going to catch him, but Scout is very, very dead. The Death Ray is what finishes off Lahans in the end, as now Sponge having to flash away. The Equalizer is just something that Showmaker wants to bask in as he picks up a triple kill. They'll grab themselves the soul point at the same time, and Nongshim are closing in on a 10,000 gold disadvantage as the Baron next thing on the menu.
I'm ready for game 2.
Yeah, I think I am as well.
I'm excited for game 2. I think it's going to be a clean slate.
What about the Showmaker versus Diablo 1v1? Never mind.
So think about it this way.
I've tried thinking before. I can try.
Yeah, the Nongshim banned 5 mid-champions. And
yes.
Showmaker got Victor.
Got it.
What happens when he's got fearlessly 2 champions banned additionally? So yeah, there's 2 mid laners gone from this game. No Ryze, no Victor. And then they have 5 bans. Maybe that could be the edge they're looking for.
Kassadin. Is that what you're saying?
I hope so.
Heck yeah.
That would save this series, right?
It would be fun.
This is just, you know, there's nothing. I don't want to say anything about Nongshim here because they can't do anything anymore. The game is so out of their hands that even showing up, you know, they say like half of life is showing up. In this case for Nongshim, like more than half of death is showing up.
Yeah.
You know, they just came over. They're like, maybe we can play League of Legends. And D+ said, not 10,000 gold behind, I'm afraid, my dear good sirs.
And half of that gold lead is just Showmaker. That's the crazy thing about this. They used all their bans on him, and he is the most fed in the game. As Lucid sees 3 people come over, just decides to casually finish his Raptor camp, watches Korea die, and then just leaves. That was a very weird sort of circumstance, but I think D+ are still in a great position as they have both solo laners splitting on both top and bot.
I like how a lot of this game has just been Nongshim grouping as 4 or 5 to kill someone, maybe, or almost kill someone, and then D+ are winning like literally everywhere else on the map to an insane degree, which is what's happening here as well.
Well, there's another Arcane Storm going down. Kingan taking a lot of damage from the Death Ray. And yeah, this is a lot of value. Look at how huge that Arcane Storm is. The phenom that is Arcane is now represented by Victor in League of Legends right now as he just kind of wipes them out. And yeah, I'm also ready for game 2, Wolf.
Yeah, so watch the minimap while they're chasing all the way into Raptors. You Tempered Fate's like, I mean, it's taking even longer. It's taking so long. It's taking Showmaker and Shiu are pushing. And then this is where they end up, where a turret goes down to the Cassante, and then Showmaker here is like, we got full control over their jungle and full vision.
I wonder whether we're going to have the weird glitch again. Oh, did we? Oh, yeah, there it is.
That was very funny.
Yeah, it was like a Death Ray went everywhere. Maybe that's like an unknown upgrade if you get way too far ahead on Victor.
Yeah, if you're 9-1-4.
Death Rays actually just go everywhere.
Maybe you need 10 stacks of Dark Seal, and it just does funny things.
Hey, there we go.
Scout, I would like to tell you to leave.
Well,
I can't because you can't hear me.
Shiu is, you know, just going to go in, isn't he? And taxis his way out by a Scout. Lahans is able to get over there. I just don't know whether that's where he wants to be, as the Cassante is able to wipe out Lahans, who he hit, I think, maybe twice in that whole series of events. Korea going to have to flash out of the way of Kingan, who does manage to burn down the Karma, but will have to sacrifice himself for it. Sponge is underneath the turret for some reason.
What?
And the curtains are going to get called. I don't ask questions, Wolf. Sponge, he's flipping, and Smash will find him. Lucid was there. He was babysitting.
I want the replay of Sponge trying to kill Smash, who's 2,000 gold ahead of his opposition, sitting on 3.5 atoms under turret.
I don't want to see that again. Why do you want to see that again?
Well, I mean, not the end of it. I want to see the beginning, like where for some reason he was like under a turret as Nefiri while the rest of his team was fighting. In live, more death.
Well, it is indeed a deadly flourish, is it not?
Yes.
There it is.
And it was quite flourishing.
Indeed.
Like Smash and D+ are in this game.
think he did a bit of a pirouette there as well, as we have
by the way,
going back, and it now has his Magi's.
Yeah, he had it actually before this. He just bought a Codex. He's like, take the money, whatever.
Okay, there we go.
So he
So we're saying Showmaker is quite large.
Yeah, so let's see what happens here.
Okay.
Showmaker pressed E, and then Smash pressed W.
Yeah, and then I think the Victor did a lot of that work. As Scout is in a little bit of an awkward spot. Lahens is backing, and the Arcane Storm is now going to follow the rise. Deadly Flourish means that he has to stand in the storm and will just die.
You know what? Dare I say it? I said it. You said it. I think Nongshim are collectively saying we are all ready for game 2.
Yes, I would agree. D+ are going to look for an Infernal first, though. As, okay, Lahens going to find the Tempered Fate. And he's also then going to find Lucid. I don't think he really wanted to, as Sponge going to have to flip out of there, and will do so. Now Showmaker on a flank angle, and yeah, Sponge going to have to flip out of that as well. At least he's able to do so, as the curtains have been called as well. Kind of under the floor here in
this
the
time,
base.
Sponge dodges. This time he gets out. He can get out on the top side on Krugs, but this time he's like, you can't snipe me both times.
Oh, Lahens has caught Shiu, though.
Maybe. Potentially.
No,
perhaps.
Not really potentially, I don't think. Yeah.
No, he's totally fine. Actually, the Hens might be in trouble if he wants to go in for another little bit of poke. They are still chasing.
Well, don't look at the damage numbers.
No, I'm not.
Just don't do that.
I'm sure it's very close.
11-1-5. Showmaker's having a very good day today.
You know,
I think they should ban more of Showmaker's champions.
I think they could have just put Showmaker's numbers up, and that would have been really cool.
Yeah,
but when they put
no, but you need to
numbers up,
contextualize it. So maybe instead of putting Scout's numbers up, they should have put Smash's numbers up.
Yeah, I mean, like
or
for example,
anyone else.
When I saw the new Lamborghini model that was super nice and the interior was there, they didn't need to put a potato next to it for me to know that it was like a really nice car.
They could have at least put like a 1960s Volkswagen there or something like that. At least it's a car.
Because I feel like that's what they just did to Scout, and it almost feels like it's slander. I don't know. It's not great, but oh boy.
It's not feeling fantastic. There is now an Infernal Soul. Smash gets altered by Sponge, but we've seen how this one goes. Still, Smash takes a fair bit of damage, and down to the GA goes the Jarvan. Shiu on protection mode, though, and the Cataclysm from Lucy gets a couple of knockups. Massive Arcane Storm is the result, as now, Showmaker is just going nuts. Diablo able to outrange the curtain call there, as Scout is in a red pit just pretending to be a Brambleback, as Korea is ushering him around his jungle.
Look at Smash is just trying to end the game, by the way.
Diablo might be able to kill Korea here, but the Mystic Shot is going to be avoided, and Showmaker just blows him up.
Smash is like, guys, stop having fun. I'm ready for game 2 as well.
yeah, he's like, did you not hear the global casters? They said they were ready for game 2. Please, get your act together. Let's kill the Nexus.
This game has been arguably the most one-sided I think we've seen this season. And yes, it's not like a game that ends in sub 25 or anything like that. Just in terms of the kills, the bloodiness of it, like the fact that D+ feel like they have like 12 players in this game because they're defending everything, they're pushing at the same time, they're winning like 3v5s while getting a value in both side lanes. It's pretty insane, as Smash just walks this off again.
I know there's a replay going on and all that sort of stuff, but, you know, DK won the replay. I just saw...
go listen to the thing. Okay, now you can talk.
Okay, cool. So there was my favorite typo ever in Twitch chat that just happened. Haru Midomori just said, bro got hit with the potato, but accidentally said, bro got hit with the patio instead. And honestly, I feel like that's the difference between a lot of games and this game. Nongshim, it could have been like a close fight where they were hit by a potato, but this time it does feel like they're getting hit by a patio.
I think they're the potato getting smashed by a patio.
Well, Sponge is going to go in there looking for Showmaker, but the Tempered Fate and save him again. The hands, stop it! He is able to go down finally as Lucid goes in, but I don't think he's getting out this time. It's a double kill for Smash, though. Make it a triple, as give him the quadra, because it's Jin. He only wants to get 4, as King in could be the pentakill, but no, Smash, no! You're Jin! It needs to be 4 kills, no! Oh, and there it is, the pentakill to ruin the vibes of the Jin, but to make D+ take us to a game number 2.
And he sends the shot from his curtain call into the Nexus as a final ceremony here, as he's got a grin on his face as the Nexus will fall here.
Look at Showmaker as well, having an absolute giggle after that one.
30 long, painful moments here for Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. That was demolition.
Got hit by the patio. And this one. And I think we're going to have to see what happens in game 2 as...
Oh my goodness.
Nongshim, I will say they continued to try. They continued to try very hard, but they were just not going to get back into this one. The more they struggled, the more ahead D plus Kia got. And it almost felt like psychological warfare there at the end.
It really did. Big thank you to Haru for that amazing quote that we could utilize to get us through the last portion of that game. As Nongshim, yeah, back to the drawing board. And I'm hoping that things are going to look more competitive in game number 2. But it is a good look for D+, who are gearing up to try and really get through the road to MSI.
And this was a bit of a mid-gap, Atlas, but it was also, I think, more than that, a bit of a team synergy gap. I mean, from watching the failed Tempered Fates compared to D+ working together, the ult from Smash with Shiu pulling Scout through the wall, all those moments from D+ were brilliant to watch. As Showmaker, 45,000, 1,500 DPM in this game.
And he was 30,000 damage ahead of his opponent. That's how little Spunt was able to get done that game. And remember, they priority picked the Rise. That's not exactly getting the value there. At least Scout is still in high spirits here as Nongshim just going to shake that one off and get into game number 2. We are going to get into a break. The Space is going to get into breaking that last one down to the best of their ability. Then we'll get into game number 2. We'll see you soon.
이즈 노플이야.
받아볼게. 야, 받아보자. 이거. 보자. 봐줄게. 야, 탈.
왼쪽으로. 나봐줘. 아, 빅터를 봐줘.
할만한데 나 딜가 수.
야, 버리고 가자.
할만해.
봐봐. 라이즈 노플이야. 라이즈 이즈 노플. 이즈도 노플이야, 이즈도.
탈탄데.
야, 이즈 노플. 야, 이즈 노플. 다 노플.
탈탄데.
노플. 알아서 해. 라인 할게. 노플. 펜타 먹은. 야, 맞다.
탈탄데.
그렇지. 가자.
Guess the thought it was not going out of my mind. There was something really going on. I just didn't see all the signs in time. It was going on for so long. Girl, go on with your little thing. Gotta do what you wanna do. Guess I hadn't seen the danger signs. Guess I should have been one on you. Now I know what I've really got to do. I'm gonna see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back, 'cause I'm born to a past you clean, and now I'm moving on. You might think the battle's already won, but it's really not. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Fire my bed, you tried to put out, but I lit it up, yes I lit it up, yes I lit it. You said it's on me if I feel put out, but your time's up. now I know what I've really got to do. I've gotta see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back, 'cause I'm gone to a pasture green, and now I'm moving on. You might think the battle's already won, but it's really not. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Gone and I'm moving on. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on.
Skies align, I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
펜탄데? 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 아, 와봐. 펜탄데? 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 나이스!
Smash very happy as he gets his pentakill. Just kept saying, it's a penna, right? It's a penna, it's a penna. And he did get it at the end of the day. I love the celebration curtain call as well. One shot into the fountain and one shot into the hearts of the Nongshim fans. As D+Kia, I feel like they were almost extending that game for longer than it needed to be extended for, to just inflict maximum pain onto Nongshim, and that's exactly what they felt.
It was a tough game for Nongshim. I think both the carries from the side of D+ having a fantastic game, but I feel like the jungle support doing a lot to set them up. We want to talk a little bit about draft, because in this situation, Nongshim open with triple mid bans, and Showmaker is not pressed at all, says, you know what, throw 2 more my way. Well, I'll wait till second rotation, and then ends up getting Victor regardless and having a standout performance. He's just unbothered by these bans.
I feel like what they wanted to do is they're just trying to trade Karma, Ezreal, and then Ryze. So they do have triple mid ban, and then if DK first picks Ryze, I guess Nongshim has an answer. But then DK doesn't really first pick Ryze, even through all these mid bans that are really good against Ryze, and they just first pick Karma, after which we see Ezreal, we see Ryze, we see Bard locked in. And I mean, is it needless to say that the plan really didn't work? Because Showmaker was popping off that game.
I mean, you left his Victor open. Our casters talked about it. We were talking about it during the game. It just feels like, you know, especially Showmaker's playing a lot of Victor nowadays. Feels like Victor is coming back in meta with the Deathfire touch. And yeah, you banned a lot of things that are good against Ryze, but you also didn't ban some really good comfort for Showmaker, and obviously had an easy time throughout this game and was able to pop off in a big way. So the strategy did not work, Yankos, to say the least. Let's talk about the bottom lane and what happened here early on, because early on in this game, 5 minutes in, DK got a nice lead.
So the big thing to focus on here is we see Scout moving over first, but when Showmaker comes to follow, because initially D+ disengaged from the play, Showmaker then comes over and heavily chunks Scout out and forces him down here. So now he's low HP, Bard's already low, they're trying to get on top of Smashy and fail, and it's this clinical re-engage that comes in that really sets up D+ for success.
I really like how Showmaker really spaced Scout, because there was no even HP trade. It was like straight up Showmaker using all of his abilities, dodging all of the Qs from Ryze. And then as soon as you get into this choke point where Smash flashes in to finish off Ryze, so then the Realm Warp doesn't take anybody as Realm Warp disappears when Ryze dies. It's a full ace. And from that fight, Showmaker can snowball the game so well as Victor gets these Hex Core stacks that empower his abilities whenever he gets 100 of them. And the game is just set up for DK success.
Yeah, it really was. I feel like D+Kia in those moments are actually quite good, especially in games number 1 and sometimes 3. Game number 2, we're going to have to see, because sometimes they really do falter there. And there is another thing we have to talk about in this game. Unfortunately, there is a thing that happens, and it only worsens the feelings of Nongshim.
And I'm a jungle, and I do not like when my mid laner bases, because that means I cannot go for the Scully Crab. Sponge doesn't like when his mid laner bases, but it doesn't mean he cannot go for the Scully Crab. In Sponge's mind, after his mid laner bases, as we could see Ryze basing, he can still E into career in a 1v3 situation where nobody's there to follow. So what Sponge does is essentially just die to Ryze's Deathfire Touch and Blackfire Torch. And then, well, Lehens also was trying to help him, but he arrived so late and he just kind of ran it down as well, like ran into them and died.
I think something that's really important is jungle support, jungle mid, all 3 of those roles together working as a unit, and that play was just an example of how Nongshim looked really disconnected. Sponge clearly had something in his mind that he wanted to go for, and that was differing with Scout, who was in the mid lane, who wanted to recall, and then Lehen's just there to kind of like, just be present. I think regardless of whether you go for the reset for the mid laner or you go for the scuttle play, you need to be on the same page, or that is how these situations happen and you just get put further behind.
I feel like the more I watch LCK, actually, well, I actually watched LCK for a while now, but it's just, there's so many of these weird moments where support and jungle are disconnected, and the game just collapses from it. It shows how important support jungle is for pro play.
Yeah, especially in the LCK, you know, you make one mistake against even, it doesn't even have to be like a super top team, even against D+Kia, who is still a strong team, they will punish you for it, and especially for a pretty big mistake like that. And, you know, Sponge, after he died, was also, it felt like to me, very tilted. You know, he didn't have his best game. There are times nowadays where Sponge, you know, we know what he's capable of, but unfortunately he has had some of these games. And even we had like the moment on the camera where he was like, oh man, like he was just so angry. And Showmaker at the same time was just like listening to Payphone and having a great time. So yeah, I think the vibes diff is there as well.
Sponge definitely feels like a vibes-based jungler. When the vibe is good, when he's popping off, he can absolutely do great work, but I think on the other side, when you start off with a rough play like that, where they lost that skirmish down bot side, then that play happened, it definitely felt like he just struggled to keep his head in the game.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see if they could take advantage of D plus Kia and their weaker game number 2s as we are heading into that game 2 right now with Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, we are thankful that we are finally into game number 2. It's what we've all been waiting for throughout most of game number 1. And hopefully this one is going to be more competitive this time around, Wolf.
I'm hoping. I've really got, my hands clasped together.
He actually does, everyone.
Rubbing
the hands
together.
are clasped
I'm
together.
hoping for something because I was hoping for the Bros to have something in game 1 or the first series of today. It didn't happen, and in game 2 here, we will see what does transpire. At least they seem to be in at least somewhat of good spirits after what was a tragic loss. But I think when you're a pro and you lose a game like that, you're thinking, well, it's a game that got off the rails. We tried our best, but ultimately they were so far ahead that it didn't have to be that Showmaker has 45,000 damage, but it became that way. And there wasn't really much they could do after a certain point. So even though we were talking about it, and Valdez kind of mentioned as well, it almost felt like they were trying to demoralize Nongshim. I don't think that Nongshim's mental is that weak. I think they will be able to bounce back.
Let's hope so.
Because otherwise, today might be one of those days where we're like, yeah, it's a good thing we have these two teams in separate groups.
And that is kind of what it started to look like. But let's hope that Nongshim can bounce back. They obviously were able to take down D+ in the first round, Robin, right? That was a very different look for Nongshim back then. As we're going to see the Varus and Vi being banned away. Beef Vendetta pretty happy about it. As the Cassiopeia likely to be a choice here for D+, if they are going to follow down that sort of second pick ban list route.
Yeah, it looks like the coaching staff has told them no more Showmaker bans.
Yeah, I think that seems like a good idea to me.
Now, maybe Showmaker will ban 5 of Scout's champions.
Oh.
No Nocturne.
Nope.
No
and
Orianna
does
either.
Scout want to play Cassio? Because they could ban it here and look for something else.
Yeah, I think it's also possible that if they don't, that it will be banned by D+ Kia. The Lucian is another pick that could go over to Diablo here. It's one of his better picks. Diablo right now has such a varied playstyle. He's good at basically every AD carry, but Lucian does feel like a pick you can play through as Nongshim to empower Diablo and get him to a position to pop off.
Yep. Also fits his early aggression that he does like to go for, especially with the Hens in his lane, who doesn't need to be told twice to go in. As Lee Sin going to be the ban. So Cassiopeia, the big pick, is let through.
Yeah. And so I think D+ Kia are hoping to get their Lucian lane in return. Or it could be a Caitlyn lane, but there's no Bard.
I mean, picking Lucian into Cass just doesn't feel like a great move. Scout is going to lock that one away. And obviously, Showmaker can go for the Akali into it, which we have seen work into Showmaker, especially. I believe it was Faker that really schooled him on that pick.
Yeah. Let's see what they decide to do here. There's a plethora of different bottom lane options, but Lucian is the one that stands out.
Yeah.
And so I guess that's what they're going to do. Because if you end up giving Cassiopeia and a Lucian lane to Diablo, that also sounds kind of rough. So,
yeah.
And we'll take this one, and I think they will grab the Milio with it, but they could get a jungle pick here if they want to prioritize that right now with some of the bans that we do have. Like we have the Lee Sin gone, the Vi gone, and obviously the Jarvan is gone. So they could go for like Xin Zhao and then get the Milio on 3.
Yeah, that could be the theory. The Anivia is going to be what Showmaker is considering into the Cassiopeia.
This can work pretty well.
An interesting choice, and locking that one away here and limiting your options is an interesting one. We have seen this many times before where you don't need to lock in your entire bottom lane. There's not a whole lot that wants to work alongside Emilio.
It says
unless
after,
they want to play like a Felios or something weird.
After what we saw in the last game and in the last draft, I thought they were just not going to be prioritizing Showmaker's counter pick here, and we're just trying to get the best jungle possible. Instead, Pantheon's going to go over to Nongshim Red Force. So that was the other consideration with the Xin Zhao. Now you have to get Milio, and now you're going to lose a lot of jungle picks. Not only does Sponge get the Pantheon picked away from you, but you are going to lose other prio jungle picks in the second ban phase, very likely.
Yeah, unless they want to protect the top
Sion,
lane.
I think probably,
yeah.
in retrospect, like that's a pretty safe move here.
I think it's interesting, though, because I imagine Xiu is very happy to play a bunch of stuff into the Jace. We've seen Xiu not really be too worried about flexing his champion pool.
No.
And so I think banning away the Jace counter picks might even feel like a waste. And so maybe they are just going to get rid of jungle options so that Lucid feels less comfortable. I think a Wukong would be very powerful
Wukong
in this draft.
And Xin, I think, are the ones that I would not want to deal with if I had the ability to ban them. But you are right in that Sion is kind of... It's this threat that you can feel like it's very difficult to deal with as Jace, and it has been a great counter pick, but also maybe the Jace just gets early leads and you don't care. And you can cut through it later on with your Cassiopeia plus probably scaling pick for Diablo. I was going to say that we're heading towards maybe that Yunara lane, but now the Lulu is banned, so I don't know what Diablo's going to end up with here anymore. Maybe some type of Caitlyn lane, but there isn't any strong Enchanter pairing right now.
Unless they're going to play like, they could play Corki Nami as a response.
That's actually, it's one that we haven't seen in a little while, but probably the best bet here of what's left, unless they wanted to run Xayah Rakan, which we've only seen a few of our top teams be able to do very well.
There is the Skarner option for Lucid. He has tried this one a few times in the past as well. Looks resigned to it by the looks of things, so they will lock that one away. And now waiting for Xiu's pick. Obviously, we can see what he's playing it into, but this bottom lane will be locked in first. I do have a feeling it's just going to be like a Corki Nami.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
And Diablo agrees. So at least the Corki can be locked in, and there is the Nami. So sometimes never surprised.
All right, so what's this top pick here for Xiu? There's no Cassante. Sion is up. It's a Lucian that doesn't necessarily need that extra front to back, especially when he has the Skarner here. I'd rather see something a little bit more aggressive, like a Yorick.
Olaf,
Yorick, both good with me.
Just Olaf him, Xiu. You don't care about miasma. You just press Ragnarok and run. Do it. Don't be scared. I come from the future, everyone. They are going to switch it back to the silent, so never mind.
But I liked your thinking. He liked your thinking. He just wanted to give you a shout.
Yeah. Career's like, here's what you could have fun with, but instead you're going to be a potato in that top lane. And, I mean, this composition is very robust. It does have late game damage with the Anivia largely, but it is more about the slow approach of lock him down, take him out, and move on to the next target.
I feel like it will struggle to pull this Nongshim comp around the map, because Nongshim have insanely mobile AD carry in this Corki, right? It's very safe. They have a Pantheon that's globally active on the map. There's not a whole lot of side lane threat between Anivia and Sion in this draft here. If they had picked Yorick, I would have been like, all right, well, there's a lot of ways to pull Nongshim Red Force around the map, force the Pantheon's ult, maybe get somebody else on the cross map. I do feel like if this game starts to get to a certain point and D plus Kia don't have a lead, you know, it is like, I think they're the ones who are going to have to chase their tails a little bit, trying to get back into it, trying to get the macro to work for them. Skarner has a long engage range. He can push through walls and stuff like that. Anivia can cut people off and set up the Lucian, but there is a world where they just get outpaced if Nongshim can macro here. And that's always the question. Can they macro?
Yeah, and can they work together to make this one work? They have so much more damage than what D+ are representing in this game. And I think if the nameplates are off, I'd be pretty happy with what Nongshim has. Let's see whether they can figure it out. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift 4. Game number 2, Nongshim versus D+. It's what we've all been waiting for as they take down the Pizza Ward and set themselves up in this brush. As Kingin is just wanting to shoot Xiu, and Xiu just doesn't want to be shot, so he's going to walk away.
That was a weird little UI bug that we had there for a second. Not sure what that was. The early ward kills breaking everything or something.
Yeah, something like that. Sponge is going to be spotted walking into the enemy jungle here, so D+ with full information. But if this is going to be vertical jungling, I imagine that Nongshim are going to be very happy about it because they do have the Pantheon.
Yes, and like, this is why you want to do this. Even if you're on Vision, it's going to be very powerful to start to be able to take these camps away, as we will see the cross here.
Oh my god, Diablo took so much damage. It's almost like his barrier hurt him instead of protecting him.
Yeah, that was kind of weird. Did not really work out the way he wanted, but with the heal in exchange later, he will be just fine. Smash just trying to bide his time here to level 2. The level 2 advantage to Diablo and Lehens for now. There's 2 minions going away. There it is.
We'll be able to pick that one up. D+ obviously just going to be able to hang out underneath their turret before their level 2 did come available. And with Sponge now in the area, let's see whether a dive is possible. I imagine it's not.
I don't think so. Not unless Smash and Career leave their turret.
Yeah, this Solution is doing some damage when he does manage to get a Light Slinger off.
Because they got the vision of the Pantheon vertical jungling, it's Lucid matching, by the way, in the enemy jungle right now. As Faker egging is maybe what Showmaker is looking for here.
Yep.
Not actually fully committing to that. And now that Lucid's cross-mapped, like, King kind of forgot that this could be a thing. Oh, no.
Well, there's the knock-up. Lucid is not interested. He's got Gromp on the mind, so he's going to head over to that one.
I actually thought that was a really strong angle to just get a flash for free. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't.
I mean, it's Sion and Skarner. Maybe they just don't have the damage, is what they were thinking. In the early game, though, Sion does do a fair bit of work.
Yeah, I guess if King like flashes and they have to keep chasing him, it's a waste of his time in the jungle. Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
There's one particular part of the screen that we won't be putting our eyes into there at the bottom.
But I'm looking at the right, and Lahens was 2-1 on Nami, so
yeah,
there you go. We're not going to look at the thing with the 8 in the column.
See,
no.
You were the one who said like don't look at the thing, but now you just kind of understand what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't see it. I don't even know what the thing is because I didn't look at it.
Nope.
Nobody saw it. It's fine.
I don't even know what you're talking about, Wolf. How can you talk about a thing you haven't seen? You haven't seen it.
No.
Showmaker, he has seen the poison on the ground, and unfortunately it was under his feet, and so he is going to be dealing with that. Sponge looking to move in as well, as we see Smash and Career just dealing with this bottom lane. Lucid just having fun clearing camps, wanting to build his belt as soon as he can.
Yeah. Right now the game is quite quiet, right? We had jungle camps traded. Lucid gets a slight edge there. Showmaker not going to lose this egg, I don't think.
He's down to about, 100 health so far. He does avoid that Noxious Blast, so that's handy. Lawnmower now moving towards the bottom lane. I don't know whether he's going to do much else than grab his Krug camp and continue finding camps respawning.
Yeah, he's just farming up a storm, getting closer and closer to a gank opportunity, potentially, here on the bottom side. As he's going to smite and walk over. Very fast clear of these Krugs.
Yeah, the Skarner is actually, for a tank jungler, it really does get through camps quickly.
Especially Krugs is now, it's that angle I was talking about. Does have his charge available.
Yeah, picks up a rock. And let's see whether he can collect Diablo as Lahens actually just kind of flashes on the spot, but does avoid the Skarner. But now a Nami without a flash, that is called a target, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. And at least Lahens was able to avoid getting pushed in there. They didn't get any value out of the gank. Some time was spent for Lucid, but it was a very low commitment, high value gank to come through. And for Sponge, he's just trying to catch up in terms of getting his level 6 online. His level 6 is going to be arguably a lot more valuable, depending on the situation, but the ability to join and turn what looks like a gank into a great counter gank very well is good. Scout's having a much better time on this Cassiopeia this time around. The observers are really showcasing that, hey, he had a rough one in game 1, but with a matchup he likes more, he is certainly pulling ahead.
Yeah, I would say that the Anivia counterpick is not really working out here for Showmaker so far. Obviously, you can kind of just eliminate waves as you do get your ultimate online, but for these first few levels, it is not feeling great. And Scout now has level 6, and so Showmaker is just going to have to go back home. Does do that now as Diablo has the heal from Lahens, but that is a lot of buttons now on cooldown, and DK used none of theirs.
Yeah, that was a very aggressive push forward there from Smash to avoid the bubble, which worked out very well for him. He has barrier advantage, and they're just going to have to back, as they eventually will. They decide not to stay, or to stay for this next wave. Jungle fight here. They're both so close to level 6.
Yeah, it's sort of a battle for who can have access to the scuttle, but that's on the top side as Korea just fire kicks Sponge away.
But they're both fighting away from this bottom side where Diablo's back got stopped again. He really wants to get home as fast as possible and get some real combat items here.
Oh, good sidestep there from Showmaker. Even avoids the Noxious Blast as well. Scout now with an ultimate on cooldown, but does get this wave shoved in. so isn't too worried about it.
Kingen is having a pretty good laning phase here as a wave advantage over his opposition here in Shu.
Yep.
Had to ult back to the lane. So he's generating the lead that Jace is supposed to do in the early parts of this matchup before it gets a little bit tougher or junglers start to show up. So that's good. Like, no Shimmer gaming.
Yeah.
They're actually gaming.
It's fine.
I think like the tone of our cast might is like we're like, oh, is something bad gonna happen? No, it's a 20 CS lead for Scout, and it's a very fresh page. Like I said, we were ready for game 2, ready for a clean slate.
Yeah,
we got it,
and it's so far still clean. Like in fact, nothing has happened. No objectives have been taken. It is just clearing camps,
Scout
taking out waves.
30 CS advantage potentially actually incoming as he just continues
this is
to
kind of ridiculous.
bop Showmaker.
All right, not a whole lot of fun is being had by the
Skarner.
Okay, let's see whether Lucid can find an angle towards the snake. No petrifying gaze to worry about at the moment. As he is driving in, Great Wall gets the flash. And Lucid does have level 6, but decides not to press the Impale button. That is a decent amount of spear value there from Sponge. And Showmaker now, with the Glacial Storm, is able to keep this minion wave at bay. So a lot of stuff being thrown onto the ground. Kind of looks like Vampire Survivors with a bunch of these buttons.
Yeah, Scout didn't have his ultimate there, so I don't think there was really any way for that counter gank to be successful, but at least was able to dissuade them further.
All right, Smash able to get out of the way of that bubble as Diablo is just dead in the 2v2, the culling in celebration as Lehen still doesn't have his flash, and that means a double kill for Smash. The man that just picked up a Penta is even able to get a flash out of Sponge, who gets out of there over that wall, and Lucid dealing with this dragon. Now Kingen looking for a solo of his own. But Shiu is just going to wait until Kingen bops him away and is very happy.
And Shiu's ultimate's going back online as well here. Don't think there's any way to push that further. He's just going to go home and try to hold on to that tempo advantage.
Man, they were doing so well, and now it's just
Caster Curse, again, as he just sidesteps the bubble. And by the way, there's a big difference between, and he's calling out he has no flash, and he doesn't from the earlier play, and so he dies. Got him. But the thing about pushing in as Corki Nami there is you're level 6, Smash level 6, but one of these level 6s is different than the others. You know, like the culling actually does a lot of damage at level 6 for Diablo's little poke missiles.
And Lehen's didn't have his level 6, he just got it now, so no tidal wave.
It's just, it wasn't the timing. I think they were really hoping his bubble was going to land, but Smash dodges again. And Lehen's is about to have his flash up, but didn't have it there.
Well, Serpent's Fang first here for Kingen. That's a crazy maneuver.
Yeah, that's kind of strange.
Yeah.
A lot of shields, I guess.
Seen a lot of Ghostblade, a lot of Black Cleaver, but oftentimes it's a third item.
That's gold efficiency.
Yeah, definitely wanting to get rid of the Scion shields, absolutely. As Stun is going to connect onto Scout, and Lucid, he's got his Protoplasm belt and is just very happy to wander around and not take damage.
I do want to just remind you and everybody that it's technically a harness.
Oh, right, sorry. It's the Protoplasm harness.
Yeah, it's technically a harness, which...
And a harness and a belt. A harness is just like more than a belt, isn't it? It's like got a belt involved.
I think it's a stronger suspension system.
All right, well, that's a petrifying gaze. That's not all that scary. Lucid doesn't even need to press his ult, and that is a dead snake.
Oh, we're heading back to potato territory.
Are you looking forward to game number 3, Wolf?
I was looking forward to game 3 in very imaginary world where I believed that we were heading to one, but I don't know, things were looking good. And the second I said, like, hey, Longshimmer Gaming, the gaming ceased. Like, it was like just, not even 2 minutes after that, the gaming just completely ceased. And now it's just only D+'s gaming. Like, the Scout had a 30 CS advantage, and then Showmaker is now just 10 CS behind his 350 gold lead. Got ganked, got killed. There's no response from Sponge. Sponge is getting some of these grubs.
Yeah, he does. I don't think he's going to be able to get this last one, although never mind. Diablo is now in a little bit of trouble, though. Does avoid something, I guess, but not really. He's just dead. He avoided the piercing light, is what I meant. And then, unfortunately, just did not have any help.
He had Flash, he had Valkyrie.
And Barrier. You may as well press Barrier.
Yeah, he decided not to press those. Almost like he's protesting.
Well, he needed to be pro-pressing.
Yeah, I think that's probably the better way.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a pro-pressing expert, but...
You're not a pro-presser?
Nah, sometimes I like to rest my fingers.
I mean, you've been gaming for quite a few years. I imagine you've pressed some buttons in your time.
I have. You know, I in fact, did today. As much as I'm allowed to as a father of a
I know that feeling.
11-month-old.
But I like to think that I'm also a pro-presser, but not Diablo, not in that moment. Wasn't able to get the barrier down. And Scout is now, like, this matchup is just completely flipped on its head.
Yeah, it's depressing.
Well, at least it's not a perfect game because they took 3 grubs, right?
Yeah.
That's all right. Bubble going to connect. No, it's not. Onto Lucid. And he does get blast coned away, but then decides just to take Lehens with him. Tidal Wave comes down. The flash out from Lucid. There's a Petrifying Gaze. Not finding a stun yet again as Showmaker turns his back to the Snake.
Bunch of cowards, D+ away. Putting up walls and using the Skarner mobility.
Oh dear, oh dear. Oh, he skirts it and slams him into the wall, and then he just gets hit by absolutely everything. Now Smash looking to get involved as he flashes after Sponge. Sponge thinking he's safe, pretending to be a wolf, but Smash knows that he's just a sponge.
Yeah, as a fellow wolf, you weren't fooling anybody.
One of a couple here in LoL Esports.
Okay, well, it's Lehens' 10th anniversary of his debut, and he is not bubbling. He did not have a great Bard game. You know, he misses this bubble, but then on the second time of asking, which we'll see in just a moment here, Tidal Wave goes through, but Lucid's like, you know what? I'm ready to go back. I'm ready to turn this around. As they eventually do that after they are cowards and run away and use the wall and all that, and then Lucid's like, and then Lehens.
Oh, this little skirt of the bubble.
Look, we've seen him drive Herald. And playing Skarner is basically the same thing.
And he's a young man, you know. I imagine he may not even have his license yet, but he's looking like he could certainly get it. As now Scout's dead again. Stun not going to land. And so never mind, a total lag.
He probably feels dead inside right now, but on the rooftop.
Oh, no. You didn't need to save it, Wolf.
Oh,
like, I was fine. I was wrong. And we could just celebrate the fact that he's still alive.
Now I'm just as bad as production putting up the graph.
Oh, no. We can have another graphic. Oh, well, I mean, this graphic's bad enough. It's largely Smash with the big lead, though.
Kingan's got a thing. He's got a thing which is 557 gold the advantage over Scion in the early game with Serpent's Fang, but that's good. That's not a negative.
It's true.
As let's see if Diablo dies here.
Well, Tidal Wave is just going to be avoided, and a whole bunch of buttons are just thrown away.
No.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Lehens taking a lot of damage from the culling. Diablo soaks the rest of it. I don't know whether he really wanted to, as the bubble is going to connect, but there's control vision in this brush, so no one's really hitting too much. And Korea throwing fire kicks around. Can he throw a kick around? I guess he can.
Yeah, I think he do throw kicks.
Yeah. Korea was definitely throwing a kick in that moment. As now they're looking for this turret, and that will take a lot of damage there as the Crystalline Overgrowth does go down. Everyone just looking a bit worse for wear as they do avoid that last boulder. And another fire kick comes on through, another boulder comes down, and Diablo is just getting poked out by a Skarner Melio as the wall not quite able to interrupt the back there, so Scout is able to get himself back in.
That should be the first turret going over to D+ here, as Kingan's not going to be able to get this one.
No, definitely not. That mini wave just kind of explodes. That is going to be that first turret that you were talking about. 3.6k is big at sub 16 minutes in this game.
It's very reminiscent of what we saw in the previous game in terms of the gold. This time it's not Showmaker with a 2,000 gold lead, it's Smash, does it with 4 kills and the turret under his belt.
Oh God,
not
look
harness.
Those 2 items.
Yeah, he's flickering.
He's got a turret under his harness, is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, good.
And it's not proto...
Plasmic?
Yeah, no
a protoplasmic turret hunt?
No, it's just made out of, like, rocks.
Oh, there's an impale.
Yeah,
Lehens is just going to get pulled away and thrown around. What is he supposed to do? He does land a bubble. That is going to help out, but Showmaker's just going to come on over and say goodbye. And the Drake will be secured by Nongshim. That's going to deny the perfect game no matter what school of thought you have.
Yeah.
As we do get a Chemtech Soul, and I don't blame Orcs for, not paying attention.
No, it's fine. It's totally okay. All right. Well, Lehens is, I think, going to be telling everyone, like, look, I have tenure. Yeah, I spent my 10 years, and it's not a great day, but you guys will still celebrate me because I am a legend. And he is also a legend.
He is a legend, indeed. All right. Yeah, I don't think she was that scared. But Kingen is going to teleport in, and the train is going to have to get this throw one more time. Kingen comes on over. Sponge is going to turn up to make sure that they can get a kill in this game, as Korea almost dies to Shelly, as she is still angry. They do manage to lock down the Rift Herald. Lucid gets the eye, and then is stunned. Diablo is now going to come on over and help them take this kill, and that's very nicely done, as Showmaker lurking once again, as Diablo has to stand in the Glacial Storm for a little while, and that is a couple of kills over to Nongshim, keeping things interesting.
Yeah. All right. Thinning out that gold lead a little bit.
Yeah.
Holding on to that gold lead for Kingen. Actually didn't end up getting involved in that at all, but
I'm a bit confused, Wolf, because I was pretty sure... Okay, never mind. Showmaker is going to be turned into an egg, and then the egg is going to be dropped from a high place. And he is going to go down. Kingen locks up that one. And that is 3 kills now for Nongshim. And they grab the turret. The gold lead has more than halved.
Yeah, so in this play here, Shio is very deep. He is very far forward. He is eating turret shots. He sees the King on the left side. He said, I'm going the other way. Smash, please help me out. You're super far ahead, right? But then the Pantheon shows up. And he's actually trying to charge a Q here so they could get more, and it does not work out. Career incredibly low. They get the Herald, but then fast forward. Skarner is left alone as Career just needed to bail out there. Smash tries. He really, really does, but not able to do anything. And then Showmaker jump scares himself.
Yeah, that was a lot of vision already just set up by Nongshim, and they utilize it very, very nicely.
That's a big shutdown.
Yeah.
So Kingen's lead has increased.
It has.
And the gold lead here is kind of halved for D+ after that one.
And Diablo does make it to his 2-item spike. It doesn't feel quite as good when you're 2,000 gold behind, but it is still there.
Once he transforms, it'll be like, really there? But yeah, he's essentially there. And, you know, Showmaker's no longer ahead, really. The problem is there's still a 2,000 gold advantage for the Lucian, and Smash is really good at Lucian.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, there are definitely some pitfalls to get through.
But, like, the game feels like it's at a state now where if Nongshim just win even one single team fight, which doesn't seem impossible, they're back in the game.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping maybe we still get that game 3, you know, maybe.
Well, right now they're fighting over a Brambleback that is going to be taken here by Sponge, but it's an Impale. Sponge does avoid the CC, though. Good bubble onto the Skarner, but the Mega Cone is going to get everyone to safety.
TP as well.
Yeah, Showmaker is going to throw the stun in, does lock down Scout as he arrives, and Shiu is now just alone in this bottom lane.
Okay, Scout wants to try to make some of this. He is a level up right now.
Yep, Showmaker does get poisoned over the wall.
There's a lot of D+ members coming to try to catch Scout here, though. I think Scout may have taken one step too far across the line.
Well, he's going to flash to get the stun onto Showmaker. He gets the stun back himself as a flash out, and the Melio there to help him. And Lucid can now hold this snake in position for as long as he would like. Showmaker is now poisoned, though, and he is burning down, presses a whole bunch of buttons, and then goes back home.
Gets his Catalyst health back and survives. His rod is completed, but it's the same.
Yeah, same passive.
And so gets his heals, gets his life back. Was very close to death. Scout realized they were collapsing on him as I don't think so.
Yeah, she was just like wandering after Diablo and actually making it look kind of playable.
But they're losing this bottom turret.
Yeah, and now Diablo is going to be hit by a train. Not hit by a Q, though, as he flashes out of the way. That is an Impale onto Lehens, who is in the Glacial Storm, and Showmaker grabs his 4th of the game.
And they're getting the whole turret with Smash pushing this inner in the top lane.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jace got an outer, Smash gets an inner, and they get the kill onto the Nami. Again.
Well, what if Kingen also gets an inner?
That would be fun, but he won't. But that would be an even trade.
Yeah.
Instead, he gets about 50% less. Yeah. No, it's something. Scout realizes, okay, they're TPing on me. And then he flashes on the Showmaker, which is a great call because he knows he's dead, so he's at least trying to take this Anivia with him. But Showmaker flashes away, gets the campfire.
Yeah, flashing to Korea was a very smart idea.
Gets the shield, and then even with the burn damage, he's just able to spam abilities to get the health back. Diablo here just avoids getting hit by this. Well, Shield misses it, frankly, but...
Oh, bit of a drive-by there. Lucid says thanks for the leash. and is able to take this Chemtech Dragon. That is a nice stun though onto Showmaker, who doesn't have his egg back again. And Lucid just standing in the back of this pit. Does have to flash as Shiu is going to show up. Smash is still there. He's able to do a lot of damage, but he's kind of the only damage dealer left on D+. And I think they're going to need to get out of here, as Nongshim do have a lot of power. Everyone trying to get out of the way of this Pantheon as Lucid separates Sponge from the rest of the pack, and they get the ultimate from the Melio. And now Kingen just gets impaled. Lucid now trying to drive away from this one. If he throws another rock at the Jace, he could have possibly gotten the kill. But now Lucid not quite out of the woods just yet, as Scout comes on over. He's poisoned, bubbled, and destroyed. Does get himself a big old shield. Almost, Korea almost got the campfire in time, but it is not quite enough.
Would have been 2 crazy saves back-to-back for Career with the campfire, but this time not successful.
Smash has Infinity Edge now.
Yeah, he does have Infinity Edge.
Maybe he is enough as far as carry.
So Lucid just comes in here and steals this. This is a bit of an early smite from Sponge. Just barely, I think it was 67 there. And then Showmaker is kind of caught at the front of this, so they end up giving that kill over. Then Smash is like, I'm huge, I'm ahead, let's try to force this fight here. And they will eventually wear through Sponge's health bar, but she was left on his lonesome, has to flash out. It's a very awkward fight here, as D+ wanted more than just a steal, but they commit so heavily. Then they're like, wait, Sponge is half health though, so we can actually burst him down. They're successful. And then the Impale is used. Kingen also not having fun. Here we're gonna watch this whole thing. Okay, so yeah. Lucid.
And then Lucid just goes for a dance, gets bubbled and poisoned and murdered.
And then almost saved, but not.
No. So nicely done. Lehens is able to lock down that kill. And he's got his Imperial Mandate as well as his Hellier. He's feeling pretty good on the Nami for now. And I think we're now approaching the conversation about lack of damage for D+.
Yeah.
Because they are not that far ahead anymore. As I say that, I mean, Smash almost kills 2 people.
One part is pretty ahead. This one particular player does have 3.5 items.
3.4 thousand gold in the lead.
Yeah, I'll push back a little bit about the damage.
You know what? Understandable.
but only in like these short bursts. So if we can extend the fight longer, Scout gets his rod finished very soon here. You have to imagine he'll be actually ahead of Showmaker in experience. Then, and it just happened, by the way. And then maybe, and there's a world, he's going to take a while to kill Shiu, but he's going to start working on it.
Yeah. He's getting poisons over and over again. Shiu is doing his very best to do the walk out of the way thing, and does eventually have to press his ultimate. And Scout, I mean, that's the value of the Swifties. So he's wearing on his head, I'm pretty sure.
So that's a win because they got Shiu's ultimate out. He still has teleport, so he can join a fight, but this Cassiopeia becoming a threat. And I think, again, all it takes is one fight. One error from D+. It's Chemtech Soul, so the Dragon lead they have feels it feels like nothing at this point, especially because they have an Ocean and Chemtech Soul in there too. I'm sure the Melio likes the healing and the shielding, so with a second one and then the Soul, it would feel really good, especially for the Skarner and Scion frontline.
Yeah, the Scion is going to feel fantastic with the Chemtech Soul if they are able to get there.
If Nongshim get there with this Cassiopeia, it's pretty crazy for them as well, but I think more than the Dragons, we need to see if Nongshim can just stabilize here and win a team fight, or just otherwise avoid them and get to a later state in this game where a third item comes through for Cassiopeia, a third item comes through for Diablo, and they're gaming again. I said they were gaming earlier, that stopped for a little bit, but we're kind of back towards picking up the controller.
You can have an intermission in your gaming. That's absolutely fine. Showmaker puts down the Storm, is just looking to clear out waves. Hasn't quite built item number 3 just yet. It is on the way, as is Scout. There's a nice knock-up from Shiu. Let's see whether he can find an angle.
Scout's like, we just played this game. Are you sure?
Well, I mean, Shiu he's just trying to feel something, I think.
They also don't know where Lucid is, so they have to be very careful. Scout does, as you can see here. He's like, yeah, I don't want to continue to hit that sound because it'll take 5 years, and I'm playing against a Skarner who can rotate quickly.
Yep, Glacial Storm now fully leveled up here for Showmaker, though. Level 16 on the Anivia. Feels very good about that. But this game has certainly hit a bit of a standstill, and I think that does benefit Nongshim.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you. And That's also going to benefit D+.
Oh god. There's another culling thrown out here as Kingen with a Shock Blast is able to at least offer a bit of damage back with the Emilio. Smash looks like he just does not care at all. There's a great wall onto Lehens who just cannot move! He does get fire kicked over the wall, but the Malignance takes him out. And yeah, Shiu actually won the war of attrition with the Snake in the bottom lane, and D+ just moved the needle 1,000 gold in their direction, and they're looking for an inner turret as well.
I just don't think there's any play you can make here without Lehens now. Showmaker's just going to start soloing this dragon as we'll see the rotation over. Oh, it's so unfortunate there for Nongshim, but I mean, that's the price of playing into Anivia. Sometimes you just get stuck in an awkward spot in the wall, and you're just immobile. They had the follow-up damage there. Showmaker burning through him with Deathfire, as well as the Malignance. He just eventually popped, and now he's got Rocket Belt. He's Rocket Belt Anivia, dash forward to get the sick wall.
Oh yeah. And Nongshim are gonna go for the Desperation Baron. Or maybe
it's kind of close.
The Genius Baron, as they do see
they have a lot of damage.
Teleporting.
Scout's doing work.
Yep, Shiu is going to see what he can get done here as he finds 3 with the ulti, but the Baron does go over to Nongshim. The question is, can they survive? The answer for Sponge and Kingen is absolutely not. As Smash wants another Penta, he flashes over. It's going to be denied by the mid and jungle, but Scout is the last Baron alive, and he's not alive for very long, as it's a double for Showmaker, and they may have just traded Baron for the base.
Hoya
golf clapping, yeah, the big golf clap there. Very nicely done, boys.
That's just it. That's just the game, just like that, isn't it? 25 seconds on Corki. Career, come on. Career's like about to pack up his keyboard. I'm like, whoa, and you got an Nexus to hit.
I just can't get the Hoya golf clap out of my head. It was just so beautifully timed.
I can hear it so well in my headset.
Oh, man. All right. Well, Showmaker, he can just wall them in. But Sponge has a flash. He's just going to flash. Looking to press some buttons here as the Nexus is exposed. And D+ Kia will get their revenge over Nongshim in our final regular season best of 3. A swift 2-0 as they move to road to MSI.
Very dominant win here for the side of D+ Kia. And unfortunately for Lehens on his 10-year debut anniversary, as well as Nongshim Red Force here in their final time against the Legend Group, they just got completely outclassed.
Haru said, this is what happens when you put a patio in the microwave for too long. I would agree. I think that doesn't sound like it would be a very good thing, but it does sound like a very big microwave. As Shiu had a pretty good time on the Scion, but I think it might be another Smash POM angle.
Well, okay, so here's the question. Is it Showmaker, who did 45,000 damage in Game 1 after 5 mid-bans, and then had a pretty good Anivia game, or is it
maybe
Pentakill Smash in Game 1?
Am I a pop-off? Am I a boom damage guy if I'm like, Smash deserves this?
I don't think so. I think he played really well on the Jhin. I think he had a great time. Like, getting a Penta on Jhin is really hard. Not in that game necessarily, if you guys are watching, you know, but I voted for Showmaker. I'll just put it out there. I was not a... Am I a boom guy? Because, I mean, Showmaker did the boom.
He did do a lot of boom, but I do think that he fully controlled game number 1.
And the game
was
2...
focused in the bans. I think game number 1 was definitely extremely impressive. But, I mean, if Smash didn't pop off in game 2, we'd be going to game 3 right now.
Yeah, I think the Anivia was not as impactful as the Lucian, obviously, in game 2 by any means, but still did a lot. Yep, I think it's a tough vote between the two of them. I think you could, if you were a crazy hipster, go for like a career vote.
Oh, I kind of like that.
Lucid, maybe there's an angle there as well. Had a pretty good series.
I'm trying to think because we've got Orcs and Yankos on the desk right now.
They could split Lucid.
And like
votes.
Orcs he's a support voter. Yankos is a jungle voter, and I think you can justify both the support and jungle votes right now.
What if they just meet in the middle and go mid?
Maybe that's what they decided to do, and then all 3 of you have some synergy. As we're gonna have a look at this one again, as Shiu is like, I'm gonna go this way. He's like, oh, hang on a second, I'm gonna go the other way. And then he realizes he's actually gonna go to the Death Chamber as Kingen blocks him off.
It wasn't a perfect series for D+ by any means, but I think they just had fun with it, honestly. They played through the solution. The Skarner pick that we see from Lucid every now and then ended up playing out pretty well. not in this exact moment. Love this play from Scout. This is, I feel like of this entire series, like his one moment. He didn't get the kill, but like it was his one moment where I was like, nice, that was sick. It's not enough, but it was the right call, good reaction time, good flash forward. But there's just too much D+. And Smash ran away with the game here. Well, you have had some recency Randys in terms of voters recently, so I expect Smash will pick up the POM here, but
oh god, this
man.
It's not what you want.
No, just hide it. It's his tenure. It's his tenure.
And like, is it though? Because like, I'm pretty sure he debuted in the LCK on Griffin, and that was like 2019, right? But I imagine it's the debut. Oh, he was on Spenu.
Yeah.
Ah, never mind. So I tell a lie. That was Spenu times were a bit before my time. And then he did hang out on Griffin after that. So really cool stuff. So there we go. Anyway,
despite the controversies across esports, Spenu was quite prolific right before your time and then disappeared.
Oh yeah. I heard it was an absolute sonic boom. All right. Smash, 33.4K, massive damage.
We had
on the Lucian.
We had the same disparity basically in mid in game 1, and in game 2 we have it here in the AD carry position. A Scout actually did a lot of damage this game.
He did?
But not as impactful damage as anyone else.
King and out damage Shears so much though. Wow. 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 Yeah, this was just another one, a bit of a clobbering here. I think that D+ dropped the ball a little bit more, but Smash going to be picking up the player of the match here. Legendary on the Lucian. 10, 1, and 12 on the Jhin. Didn't really feel like the scoreline looked like that, right? Like on the Jhin, but just quietly, utterly dominated in game number 1 alongside Showmaker.
No one was dying on D+. No bad things were happening in game 1. It was all just a lot of showboating and pentakilling and 45,000 damaging on the Victor after 5 mid bans. So this series was very one-sided, and I think for Nongshim, they need to use their time wisely in the break, the very long break they'll be on before they do appear in rounds 3, because obviously synergy issues here are large, even though individually I think they have a lot of strong parts.
Yeah, I would agree. I actually think that there is an opportunity for them to bounce back and have some R&R before we get into the Rise and Legend groups. And their opposition isn't going to be quite as tough moving into the next round robins as well, as we can see Smash getting ready for that interview. And will be great to hear from him, because honestly, it has felt like Smash has been a little bit more muted. I feel like the solo lanes from D+ really have been stealing the show, but it's great to hear from him. And in fact, let's waste no time. Let's head over to the interview right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Smash on the side of D+ Kia, who just took the victory for the last match of the season. You closed out the final match of round 2 with a win. How do you feel? Before going into best of 5s, this was our last match. It just feels really nice to actually get a clean victory today. And in round 1, Nongshim was actually the one who took a 2-0 over you, but today was D+ Kia's turn to 2-0 them. So what was your focus today? Lately, in the process of us winning a match, it just didn't really feel like we were having a great performance. So I think we just wanted to cover several factors, and we had a lot of in-depth discussion in preparation for today, and I feel like that actually really reflected in our performance today. And in game 1, you guys took Karma first to complete the bot lane comp with Jhin Karma to face Ezreal Bard, and against the high mobility comp, what was your game plan for the bot laning phase? Yeah, with the Ezreal Bard, the enemy definitely had the edge in terms of mobility. And I feel like we had a lot of practice in terms of macro when the enemy is trying to roam a lot. So I feel like with that practice, we were able to actually mitigate a lot of those critical moments that would put us in a disadvantage. So I think it really went well today. And Smash, your most played champion Jhin actually has a 5-win, 1-loss record, and you actually got a POM with Jhin last time too. So how confident are you with Jhin? I don't actually believe that I'm that great at Jhin, but You know, some days my skills hit, some days they don't. I think today was just a very average day. But I'm still very grateful that I was given this POM. And of course, to close out game 1, you actually had a Gillette pentakill. So of course we have to take a look. Did you expect the penta? Honestly, I didn't think I was gonna get this. But in the end, Showmaker was just so big. He was fed. So with the Showmaker was the one who actually exhausted a lot of his skills to get the enemy low, and you know, and here you can see that Showmaker actually ended up dying, but he actually set up the pentakill for me, and I'm sure he agrees. So it looks like your teammate actually set this up for you and gave you the kill. So, oh yeah, I mean, I thought she was gonna take the kill, but he was so nice to give it to me. I was quite desperate. This was your first penta on stage. Yeah, actually, I haven't had a penta in a very long time, so I can't even remember when the last time was. But you know, being able to pull that off during a regular season feels amazing. And in game 2, you guys gave Casio away to take Lucian, and just from looking at DK's comp, it looks like Lucian's role was crucial in terms of damage. So how was the game playing out for you? Actually, just looking at the enemy's comp, it didn't really feel like we would be lacking in terms of the damage. So, and actually, the way Showmaker is able to pilot OP champions very well, I feel like that's why we were able to just give away Casio without that much concern. Yeah, and actually, in terms of pressure, I didn't really feel pressure, but when my teammates started dying, I felt like my shoulders were getting heavier and heavier. So, Smash, we're also wondering how good is Lucian Milio comp? Actually, to win in the laning phase, you have to actually have to use a lot of really OP champions. So I think that's why I feel like Lucian Milio, if you are able to play well, I feel like it's definitely a meta comp right now in bot lane. And you were in Rise group last year, but you guys showcased excellence this year, earning a spot in Legend group. So looking back at rounds 1 and 2, what are you most satisfied with? Yeah, it was heartbreaking that we were actually in Rise group last year, but I feel like we can definitely notice our own growth. So being able to go to Legend group is great, but we have our bigger goal. So in the Legend group, we want to do even better. And I'm actually really satisfied that we were able to defeat a lot of really strong teams in rounds 1 and 2. Now in round 1 of Road to MSI, you will face Hanjin Brion. So what are your goals? Please share with your fans. You know, since we actually have to take it step by step, we're going to have to start from square one. We're gonna have to try our best to take it all the way up to as far as we can go in Road to MSI. And that is all from Smash, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that awesome translation, dear. As yes, D plus Kia this time around will be in the Legend group. It does feel like, especially this time, you know, there is a bit of a divide between the Legend group teams and the Rise teams. Last time it was like D plus Kia and Nongshim and KT fighting for the last spot, or the last 2 spots up until the last match. It felt like this time a little bit decided ahead of time.
I think last time we saw D plus struggle, just miss out on the Legend group, but then when they went to Rise group, struggled against a lot of the teams there, but here they've actually cleared a lot of those teams in the Rise group in the recent matches. You know, they faced against Bro, faced against B&K Fearex, and this match as well. I think clearly showing that they are a Legend group team, but there's a lot of tough opposition ahead of them.
Absolutely agreed, and I feel like clearly showing that it's a Legend group team, but clearly showing they're like one of the worst Legend group teams. If I can say it like that. As well, you know, all the Legend group teams are really good, don't get me wrong. It's just they are bit worse than the other ones. Maybe not the KT, but
40 plus, man. What did they do?
no, I didn't do that. I love like everybody. I love
You're
everyone.
comparing them to Faker and T1.
Yeah, I'm just comparing them to the highest.
That
You
one?
know, we just watched HLE Zeka, for example, and he was popping off, right, with Gumayusi and so on. So I feel like, anyway, let's, POMs.
Yanko Sush. Let's take a look at the POM results here as the guys in the middle, who are generally the guys who do the tiebreaker stuff as the analysts, they did all go for Smash, including you guys.
Oh,
and then
we
everybody
made
else
it.
For
You know
Showmaker.
what?
We chose.
You know what? Wolf was talking about this. Wolf is going to be a little upset because he really wanted the Showmaker POM. And if me or you had gone Showmaker, he would have gotten it.
We did not listen to Wolf.
No, we didn't. Good job.
Yeah!
Big dog.
Yeah, big dog! So now Wolf is gonna wait for us right now in the cafeteria, and he will just rub it in our face a bit.
No, he'll be upset. He's gonna call. Whoa.
Wait, I have never seen upset
little
Wolf.
scary, yeah.
Well.
Shout out to Left Media as well. You're the true one, the real one right there. Ban 5 of my champions, and I'll give you 45,000 damage in return. I mean, to be fair, they did ban a lot of his champs, and then he got his Victor, which was confusing to me, and he did pop off on it. So even when you guys were like, oh, who should be POM? I was also like, I think it should be Showmaker, but Smash also had a very comparable performance, which is why it's right down the middle.
That's why you don't have a vote.
That's why you don't have a vote.
Well, I did sometimes.
But also, I feel like Showmaker played so amazing in game 1, but I'm not really sure. When everybody started shaking on the side of DK in game 2, I feel like it's Smash who really like gathered the team around him and like popped off. And to me, that game 2 really like sealed the deal for Smash. Otherwise, I'll probably go with Showmaker.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. And did we have your guys' comments? I don't think so. Let's take a look at Ox's comment right now.
A smashing performance.
I actually liked it, but I just kind of, for effect, I just wanted to not say anything.
Okay, you want to give it a go?
Smashing performance. The performance was weak. I think the smashing was okay.
Yankos, your turn.
Okay, the problem is that I'm very uneducated in that quote, so I'm not really sure. Like,
you don't know the wild thornberries?
Could you do it again so I can repeat it?
A smashing performance.
Oh, that was good.
Smashing performance. I
All
sound like a
right.
goblin more than...
Okay, Smeagol.
Goblin voice. Yankos just went goblin mode.
Points for trying.
Okay, you can finish that one. Valdez for me.
Hulk smash.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Wait, how does Hulk say it? I don't even know.
Put it in brackets in case someone wasn't aware.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I don't know if everybody knows what Hulk does. He smashes things.
Oh, yeah, dude.
So smash them like Hulk.
The Avengers only made like $7 bazillion. I'm sure this is a very niche reference.
None of my dollars.
Oh, okay, you see, he wouldn't know, maybe.
I mean, I know the reference, but I don't think I've actually seen any of the movies with Hulk in it, unfortunately.
I mean, that's okay.
Now there's an opportunity for me to watch, right?
So that was that for you. That was that for you, Brendan.
Yeah.
So you knew what this was talking about.
Thank you, Yankos. Let's take a look at some of the other comments. As I liked your guys' comments this time, actually. Thanks to Smash, Helio shaved his beard's scritch.
What is a scritch like?
So after the
it's
first
like a
series,
scratching noise, I think.
After the first series,
Or like
we had a Helios comment that I feel like we didn't fully grasp, but there was some understanding.
That was Prince, right?
Oh, actually, no. The Helios one as well was a little bit.
Oh.
But this one, I think we've really lost it.
I think he lost it.
With the beard.
I'm curious about his multiple beards as well. Smash shins damage dealing that even pierces Helios Shin's thorn mail. So they have the same last name, which is Shin. So it's like Smash Shin and Helios Shin. So I don't know why Helios is wearing a thorn mail and what the...
Maybe Thornmail is like his heart, you know?
You know what? When I did my comment,
I guess.
I was thinking they probably won't have any idea who Nigel Thornberry is.
Yeah.
But after this, I'm kind of glad I do them that one.
I don't know who's more confused. Is it us or is it them? I would love to see their reaction to your guys' one as well.
This one I understand.
I can understand it as well, right? Clean hit, well played.
Sometimes Cloud Templar makes it easy, you know?
This was very straightforward. And also, wait, I can confirm it's factual. Got a word from production there, 100% factual. Thank you very much, Cloud Templar.
We also do have a little bit of a thing where it says Helios Palma reference will be in the best ceremony. So we will get a little bit of, we'll understand a little bit. Mr. Victor Showmaker, never doubt him.
See, this says Mr. Victor, but if you watched Arcane, he was actually working at the university. He might actually be Professor Victor or Dr. Victor. He probably has a PhD, probably has several. So
that means that Gogo didn't get his facts straight.
Yeah.
He has to first get his facts straight, then he can do Pioman.
Also, generally, I wouldn't call my professor like Professor Andrew. I would call him like Professor Greenman or whatever, like his last name. I don't know, that's like the first last name that came into my mind.
Victor's surname, like, is it Arcane? I don't know what it is.
Maybe, I don't know what it is. Victor Storm or something? We don't know.
Oh, it's
we don't have a reference.
Victorious.
Wow. Like, is that a reference to your comment from earlier?
Yeah, it is.
He's really trying.
Wow. On that note, guys, we've had some good comments and some other ones, but let's take a look at the best ceremonies from this week, as it is the last week of LCK Round 2. Starting off with this. Catch Challenge.
Well, in my opinion, the Senna cosplay is the best.
Senna?
It has the best moves. Oh, he's Mel. Oh.
Senna?
Mel.
Yeah, get it right.
Mel, I think. My
So
bad.
much effort putting that cosplay and you got it wrong.
Okay, he's shaved his beard. Okay, so he shaved his beard to celebrate the pentakill that happened earlier.
Hey, that's me.
Wait, who's this?
Wait, you guys are... Oh, it's a heart!
Thank
oh,
you.
wow!
Aww.
Oh, you know what this was? This was, I wasn't feeling so 100%, and I asked Egon if he could get me some bread, because I thought that'd help.
Yeah.
And he went downstairs and got me a croissant. And
Oh my god, that's so nice.
you know what? I'm just going to say this, right? Especially because he's not here. Egon is so nice. There's been times where I'm on cast, I can't go down and get something like Egon. I forgot to get a bottle of water. Could you help me out? And he'll just come and bring a bottle of water. Or eye drops or anything. Really, he's the GOAT. And, I'm really missing him right now. Instead, we have Brendan here. Brendan is never... You know what? I ask Brendan every day, will you drive me home?
He does ask
We can
me
be in the
every
car
day.
together. We can listen to music. It'll be a great time. Every single day. And he says no every single time.
I can confirm
I just have better things to do,
I was that.
It was a 4-0 day. You have time. We could have a nice
time to
drive
play
together.
video games.
We could listen to music. No. Every single time he says no. Every
is true.
single time.
I haven't
To be
said
honest,
yes
if he's a
yet.
real friend, then he would say no. So he's being a real friend, but saying no.
Yeah.
With a real friend.
Also,
What are your friends like?
Wait, that's not how it works!
Also, eventually one day I will say yes, and it's going to feel even better because I said no all of these times. So I'm just really trying to make it feel
What if I
better.
just, what
in
if I
the
just
future.
stop asking you one day?
See?
That's what
Yeah.
you'd have gotten if you'd said
Hearts
yes.
out
But at
to
this point,
Valdez,
I might
who's
just give
eventual
up.
driving you
Well, the
home.
thing is, when you did the hard, Digon was... Brandon was not even looking. I guess you did it towards Digon.
Yeah, I did towards Degon. So Brendan, he probably saw that as peripherals and was like, wow, that's...
Yeah.
I wish I could have gotten that.
I didn't even look. I was a little jealous. I just handed over the bread without even blinking. Let us know in chat who you think wins. Which flag do you want to represent you, Ox?
I'm going to go for the DNS flag.
Okay.
Shout out to my DN Supers. They've been struggling.
Okay. I'm going to
spam the DN Supers flag, you know?
I'm going to say shout out to Breadstick Aurelia, which apparently is out now. You can get that skin. I don't know. It's just been all on the ads, and you received a croissant, so I think it
Quite
makes a lot of sense.
breadsticks, but, in the same... They're both British.
They are both bread. On that note, let's jump into the Udi Won the Play, as this is the award for the most meaningful or entertaining moments from each round. So the round is like 45 matches long. Which one was the won the play this time around? It is Carria. Sup is for Super Carry.
Oh, this is the Foreman Serpent ult. Damn!
That was pretty sick. Wait, sub for Super Carry? That was my comment.
It was, yeah.
Wow, my comment was that good.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well.
And I'm just glad it gets to match this banger play.
Again, look, Kerry is smiling. He's so happy.
He was hyping himself up as well. You know what? You should do that. That was a banger play. And you know what? It was also a banger comment. And Brendan was bullying me so long for comments.
It was like a week.
Oh, and this
And then,
was the Grom?
when he turned into a Gromp and then he flashed over the wall. Man, Keria is him.
Yeah, he really is. I feel like Keria is aging like fine wine, you know? He's getting better and better the more we see him.
Crazy you say that because he's already a 3-time world champion, and yet you're right.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's 4-time world finalist.
True.
It's like he's so experienced, yet he's still a relatively young player.
I think there's just a lot of times he's really creative with how he approaches the game, like the whole Gromp thing, trying to line that up. But also, it seems like he's having so much fun still at trying to find these big plays. It's super cool to see.
Yeah. Keria always improving and providing a lot of fun and entertainment for all of us. As let's take a look at the standings now. As, of course, with that victory, DK will remain in 5th. So just getting another win at the end.
Is that at the bottom? DK 11-7 and DNS 117. It's both 117.
Okay.
Okay.
But it's not even 17-1 and 1 and 17. It's just like 11 and 7.
It's just the same numbers.
It's not even 6-7.
Not even 6-7, yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, not
You're
impressed.
way too old to be saying that, Brendan.
Well, they have +6, so it's like, you know, 7-6.
Yeah. Something to note, these standings obviously play into Legend of Rise group, but also this means Hanj and Brion have made it into Road to MSI. On top of that, final thing is that these scores will carry over into round 3 and 4, so they will be sticking with this. They will be relevant onwards, and so some teams are in a pretty great spot, like HLE. Some teams like DNS have a lot of hard work to do after they come back from their break for Road to MSI, and then we'll be back to see them more in round 3.
And speaking of which, the Road to MSI schedule is, as you see here, we do have a little bit of a gauntlet before we do make it into rounds 3 and 4, as D+K will play off against Bro, and that will be on Saturday next week, so 6 days from now. And then on the Sunday, the day after, will be KT versus the winner of that match. Definitely expecting D+K, but you never know, especially as we get into best of 5s.
And we'll have that D+ against Hanj and Brion matchup ahead of us. I do want to also note that because LPL won first stand, their 2 seeds go straight through to the main part of MSI, whereas our 2nd seed will have to play in play-ins. So that is.
And you guys have something to fear, because the 2nd seed of the LEC is also going to be there.
Wow.
And we don't know which team is going to be there just yet, but we will know that Europe.
What are you expecting?
Well, G2 is going to be 1st seed, obviously.
Yeah.
And then 2nd seed is probably going to be either MKOI, which I think it will be, or maybe KC.
What if we had like Genji against G2 rematch in play-ins? Wouldn't that be crazy?
Wow, that would be insane. That would be absolutely insane.
That actually does sound
For
a little
now,
scary.
I'm looking forward to DK against Bro. I think
yeah.
if Bro can step up, I think that's going to be a banger series. And then the winner of that is going to face KT the day after. So KT also a little bit shaky ending the split. Not on the best notes. So I want to see how can they perform.
And you know, last year in the Road to MSI, it was KT who did that mega gauntlet run. So maybe we get another gauntlet run here. We'll have to see. It's a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun, and we had some fun today, absolutely. Make sure you are tuning next week into the Road to MSI, as we are done now for round 2 and done for today's LCK. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week.
when I lift my mark into the stars.